There we go. And now that category should be updated. Okay, let's double check also here. Oh, I guess that won't show me, but let's see. Okay, yeah, that's all good. So close that out. Open up, come on. Where is it? It should be popping up here soonish. Boop. There we go. Put that on just to have for that. But how's everyone going today? Doing as well? I know I am. So, since I didn't get to this yesterday, we're gonna do what I promised today and go through Chapter 19 in PGR. But first, we got daily missions to work with. Usual. Okay, yes, you good. Watanabe Oji-san, come over here. Okay, you're good. Oh, thanks for the follow, Belazasiski, or Belazasichi. However you pronounce it. Appreciate it, appreciate it. Love seeing more new faces join in. Nanami, give her a head pat. And let's see. Click. That's... Oh, perfect. You get your head pat too. And last head pat of the day goes to 21, as per usual. Now let's build our 3 daily stuffs. Object. Oh, nice, another. Cycle. And perfect set. Lock. Okay, and that's these dorm missions done. And do our usual daily purchase coding sketches. Now, I guess we'll start with this since this is telling me to do this shit. So, weekly stuff. Ooh, Vera, Sophia, and Fire God. Nice. And Dawn. We'll go with Dawn, Fire God. Sophia.
ありでしょう。
Yeah.
人の価値を最後の一滴まで絞り出すとはどういうことなのか教えてあげる。
諦めた方が
援助が了解。
それは隠れているつもりですが、あなたたちの結末は
新しい仕事配置所
ご命令
配置処分障害物を排除する。援助が欲しい。
ご命令
この戦場から全てを奪います。誰がもっとたくさんの痛みを感じさせて地獄に連れてってほしい。誰が勝手に了解。
ご命令僕が計算した弾道から逃げそれは隠れているつもり。あなたたちの結末はただ一つです。それは隠れている
了解。
僕が計算した弾道から諦める
援助が欲しいってひざます。
ご命令
配置処分障害物を排除する。分解する。配置処分障害物
ご命令
この戦場から全てを奪います。痛いんじゃもっとたくさんの痛みを感じさせて誰が勝手に
ご命令僕が計算した諦めた方があなたたちの結末はただ一つです。僕が計
了解。
それは隠れているつもりですが
新しい仕事障害物を排除する。配置処分
ご命令
障害物を排除する。配置処分分解する。援助
ご命令
この戦場から全てを奪います。もっとたくさんの痛みを感じさせて痛いんで了解。
ご命令
もっとたくさんの痛みを感じさせて
諦めた
了解。
僕が計算したダッシュあなたたちの結末はただ一つです。
新しい仕事配置者分
ご命令
分解障害物を排除する。配置処分援助が欲しいってひざまずいてこういうなら助けてあげる。地獄にもっとたくさんの痛みを感じさせて誰が了解。
僕が計算したダッシュそれは隠れているつもりですがあなたたちの結末はただ一つです。今回も完璧な車線でした。
Nice, nice, nice. Let's see, 270, not 250. Close enough. Okay. Uniframes. Hi, Mama.
チームメンバーの戦闘データをマッチングしました。
Nozzle. Fun. Okay, pretty straightforward.
これこそ闇だ。
適応回避シンクロ率上昇高出力作戦回路アクティベート
大分はい
ロックオン解析破壊オーバーキル防御の隙を見つけました。私がコーダを捧げてあげましょう。慈悲は義務のように強制される。
闇を操る癒しじゃこれこそ闇だ。
適応回路高出力作戦回路アクティベートシンクロ率上昇攻撃ロックオン解析破壊適応回路動作正常 私がコーダを捧げてあげましょう。慈悲は義務のように防御の私がコーダを捧げてあげましょう。高出力作戦回
I
路
didn't mean to swap.
アクティベート。適応回路ロックオン。解決破壊。アダージュアリアの地私がコーダを捧げてあげましょう。アリアの時間私がコーダを捧げてあげましょう。
Bonk, bonk.
アリアの時間モードの隙を見つけます。
闇を操る。いや違う、これこそ闇だ。
適応回路高出力作戦回路アクティベート。ロンダの時間ロックオン。解決破壊。アダージュ私がコーダを捧げてあげましょう。アリアの時間慈悲はモード私がコーダを捧げてあげましょう。オーバーキュアを始めましょう。
闇を操る。いや違う、これこそ闇だ。
敵を高出力作戦回路アクティベート。ロックオン。解決破壊。ロンダの時間アダージュ私がコーダを捧げてあげましょう。
Fun.
このレクイエム
All my brain powers
全ての命
Focus on that. Just to make sure I was rotating perfectly. Holy 312k. That's actually the highest I've gotten on the Uniframe node. Okay, who do we got? We got Vera, we got Capriccio, and we got Veritas. Okay, so
これでは
Veritas
指揮官の
and Cappuccino.
このコンチェルトのソリストをさせていただきありがとうございます。
Okay, Hwashu.
全開部了解です。カデンサご清聴ありがとうございます。カデンサご清聴ありがとうございます。私がいる場所が戦場よ。あがいてみせコミック私がいる場所が戦場よ。すべてを粉々に潰すのはどんなハーモニーがお好きですか。この矢はあなたの哀れみです。断じしなさい。準備完了。オーバーキュアが始まります。
Oi, time
カ
stop.
デンサご清聴ありがとうございます。
Oi, time stop again.
カデンサご清聴ありがとう。私がいる場所が戦場よ。私の邪魔をするな。私がいる場所が戦場よ。すべてを粉々にあがい了解です。私がいる場所が戦場よ。滅びなさい。断じしなさい。断じしなさい。情けないね。この矢はあなたの哀れみです。全開部了解です。
Bonk. Whee.
カデンサご清聴ありがとうございます。
And loop it again, because we can.
カデンサご清聴ありがとう。私 私がいる場所が戦場よ。私の邪魔をするの滅びなさい。
Oops, I did not mean to do that.
この矢はあなたの哀れみです。準備完了。オーバーチュアが始まります。
Wow, 70 now? Ooh, I'm getting pretty high this run.
カデンサご清聴ありがとうございます。
So many HP bars.
カデンサご清聴ありがとう。私がいる場所が戦場よ。全てを行う。私がいる場所が戦場よ。全てを行う。どんなハーモニーでも私がいる場所が戦場よ。滅びなさい。懺悔しなさい。この矢はあなたの哀れみです。準備完了。オーバーチュアが始まります。カデンサご清聴ありがとう
And again. This is stupid. This is pretty stupid.
カデンサご清聴ありがとうございます。私がいる場所が戦場よ。
How much did we get
勝
this
利しても
time?
私には絶対服従よ。
I'm betting 500. Ah, close-ish. 441. That's actually pretty high. Over a million. Oh, my first time too. Over a million. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yep. Fourth place out of my 80-member guild that I'm in. Pretty good. Granted, not everyone's actually started yet. Well, I'll probably drop a little bit as more people play, especially since this week's rotation for the S ranks are actually pretty busted. Yeah. What else did I need to... Oh, yeah, right. The dorm serum thingy. There. Take that. Items. Oh, yeah, and the weeklies. Okay, challenge. Norman is, yeah, done already. Warzone. Go take Isla. Sandbag 6 times.
最初に面白いことになりたいのは誰かしら？発想力が枯れてきたわ。
One.
最初に面白いことになりたいのは誰かしら？
Come on.
発想力が枯れてきたわ。最初に面白いことになりたいのは誰かしら？発想力が枯れてきたわ。最初に面白いことになりたいのは誰かしら？発想力が枯れてきたわ。最初に面白いことになりたいのは誰かしら？発想力が枯れてきたわ。
And last sandbag.
最初に面白いことになりたいのは誰かしら？発想力が枯れてきたわ。
Okay, auto. Auto. Dark Team. Tomorrow we're actually gonna be doing something to actually finally get her to Triple S.
行くぞ。
So that's gonna be a fun time.
準備完了。オーバーチュアが始まります。展開物。ファンタジアの私の指示に従う。どけ、邪魔だ。カデンサ、ご清聴ありがとうございます。 ご清聴ありがとうございます。
Donk.
戦略開始ポロリ赤井さんにどんなハーモニーがお好きですか？そうまたここに降臨する展開物邪魔だ。私の指示に従うと滅びるカデンサ、ご清聴ありがとうございます。 私の指示に従う滅びるやーどこ見てんだよ全部
20 seconds up on the clock. Should be able to
戦
get
略
this
開
out
始
of
滅
the
び
way.
るこれで全てが終了する邪魔だそうここに降臨するミヌエットの時間です
Oh,
展
the
開物
music cut out.
邪魔だ
Okay, let's see.
この
Score
余韻
probably gonna be pretty high, I
戦
think.
場で苦しむ魂
I
の
don't even
癒し
know
に
what
なり
wave
ます
we were
よう
on.
に
15. Not bad. I will take that gladly. And iced tea. From there you are.
わかりました 誰も最悪はすべて私と共に虚空に返します私は指揮官の翼この一撃で退きなさいカラス私の刃になってください
勝たなければ無意味です。私の視界の外へ行かないでください。
最悪はすべて私と共に虚空に返します道切り開きます先人の退きなさいこの一撃で私の刃になってください
勝たなければ無意味です。落ち着いて考えましょう。予想通りの攻撃ですね。この一撃で勝利への道を切り開きます。
最悪はすべて
見つけましたよ。
希望が怪人から生まれ変わります私に任せてくださいカラス私の刃になってください
勝たなければ無意味です。
It's a Basago.
私の
道切り開きます。
落ち着いて考えましょ
道切り開きます。私は指揮官を退けやす。
う。見つけましたよ。
Oh, great.
先人のカラスは死から私の刃になる。
勝たなければ無意味です。予想通りの攻撃ですね。この一撃で勝利への道を切り開きます。月見つけましたよ。
希望が
Not
肝
this
心
time.
から馬どうか安らかに苦痛という牢獄は解かれたのです。
And this is probably quite a bit less. 670. That's still decent, I guess, for being kicked down to leader squad. I'll have to get back up to hero though. Because my phone's just getting kicked down that one time already made me lose 100 potential thingies. Either way, that's that. Hey, that's my friendo buddy. But yeah, I probably don't expect too many people to be modding as hard to reach my score in this range, because yeah. Anyways, ultimate zone. 240. Siren, Voodoo, Corrosion, So Dark, Electro, and of course Opposition. Let's give this a try.
あ
Why
なたの
not?
構造体たちに手本を見せてあげるわ。やってみせる。進行する。目標補足。
That probably wasn't as fast as like my Nutrient could do it, but probably, well, I mean, this first part, the score doesn't really matter too much. Yeah, because it's already pretty close anyways. It's just the later ones like Chaos and Hell that you gotta worry about.
人事。みんなを守る。
My ult.
できるとでも思っている。私もいけます。
Let's see how this one.
すべての障害を取り除く。
That's decent.
私についてくれ。私についてくれ。目標補足。私を見たのに遅い。私もいける。貫け。
Yep.
私の力はどう？
Let's see how much score
存
this
分に
time.
楽しんだ。
That's manageable. These last two are the one that matters though.
人事。目標補足。誰でもいいからかかってください。私を見たのに深淵弱い。
I gotta do that again. Because I had bad RNG on the orbs there.
人事つく正面。私についてくれる。くらいの痛みなら平気。
Nope. Trying to get it in like around 20 seconds, give or take.
人事誰でもいいからかかってください。私もいけます。 痛みなら平気。遅い。出発すらなきゃ。
This one.
私の力はどう？存分に楽しんだ。
168, 152. And that's what, 26 seconds? 15k less. Screw it. We'll go with it. Grab that. Ooh, nice. Yes. Gimme. Got a couple weeks until I could get Alpha's Pain Cage shards. So I think that's all the weekly stuff. Yeah, that's all the weekly stuff. But let's go do the daily Eden Pass. Gimme. Bom 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 bom. Bum ba dum bum ba 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 dum. Bum ba dum bum ba 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 dum. Go none of me. Ooh, that one was actually close. Don't need that sound. Okay. And again. Dancing. Dun. Boom. Oh. Ooh, I got out. Nice. Hey, that's actually my high score on that mode. New record! Good times. Okay, transport. Ta-da! Go. Okay, another transport. that. Dun, 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun. Mm. Okay, hip dodge challenge. Dodgy challenge. Power. Wait, what? What? She's sending power after us? Honey? Oh, never mind. It's just these walls. Thought she was actually gonna make us play a game of Onigoko tag with power. That would've been kinda manga yikes. And one more. Evasion 2 again. Just double me up on everything. Okay, that's that. Pretty nice and simple. The light chasing all the light. Yoink, yoink, yoink. To voting. I believe I was putting right nominees. That's one. I think I was also giving some to Changyu as well. Just because I want the title from Changyu. Changyu, no. Oh, looks like Chungyu's getting kicked out tomorrow. Yeah. Actually... I still need the nameplate task, just because I like the nameplate for him. Swift Dragon. No, me paying the dragon. Swift Dragon. Unfortunately. Oh, well, that box is done. Now on to the most important box of this set, and then the last two boxes.
お、見る目あるじゃん。じゃ、俺のとっておきの技を見せてやるぜ。そりゃ。お、見る目あるじゃん。じゃ、俺のとっておきの技を見せてやるぜ。そりゃ。
Since it's exactly 1 day, that means I could do tomorrow and then I should be able to get the title. Hopefully. Hopefully it doesn't close soon. 2000. And after that, don't know who I was gonna get next, but okay. And I think I was gonna pick up Assure next. Yeah, Connoisseur, then Eccentric. Connoisseur, Eccentric, followed by Storm Dancer, and then Pulau Crew. Yeah, just those three are what I'm aiming for now. Punisher, Eccentric, Pulau Crew. And then maybe Snow Ranger at the very end. Well, Punisher, Eccentric, Storm Dancer, then Pulau Crew. Yeah. Oh, that's that for Eden Festival today. So, we might do some Condensate Lab later after the story. So let's just grab those. All of these, because we can. 760. I will use that as we go through the story. Those. That. Also, 6, 8, 24. Fuck it, we ball. That's a A rank? Just an A rank? Yeah. What do we get? Gangu. Okay, nice. That's another one to triple S plus almost. We got some Starfire shards. That's nice. That's always nice. Just need one more copy there, and then the stuff, and then that's what, 18. So 4 plus 2, 42 pulls. Yeah, 42 pulls. Members: Chongyu, Chongku. Chongyu. Okay, that's 1, 2, 5 left. Awesome. Oh, let me take that. So now you're 1 copy away. I still haven't picked up your shards from Pain Cage, so I might do that and just get you to triple S2 there. I was thinking about possibly sending like one of the future selectors on her, but nah. Like, I won't be spending the next selector on her because that is one that I'm saving for Alpha to get her to Triple S. Because she needs 2 copies effectively, 1 copy Pain Cage, and then that selector already should be at Triple S. That, I just need Pain Cage shards and then she'll be set too. Okay, so now that I'm done stalling, what's over here? What do you mean? Oh. Add those into Chungy votes.
Oh, 見る目あるじゃん。じゃ、俺のとっておきの技を見せてやるぜ。
60.
とりゃ。
Anyways, now that I'm done stalling, let's actually start the story, shall we? 19-1. Brazen Fire. The last torch of humanity's future is burning 363,300 kilometers from the Earth now, right there on the moon. Play story. Toi toi mukashi. Mukashi. No, okay, I don't know the actual saying in Japanese, so I'll just go back to English now. A long, long time ago, there was a bunch of happy rabbits. Every day they enjoyed a meal of carrots that grew from the earth. Their lives were blissful, free from worry. And yes, Mr. Malding Man, making us mauled all the time in Norman War. One day, they discovered that carrots bathed in the moonlight would become even sweeter and tastier. The gears in their little brains started turning. Wouldn't it be great if we could eat these extra sweet carrots all the time? Why don't we just keep the moon with us then? How would we do that? Hold her back, grab a rope, let's pull the moon back. Eager to taste the sweetest carrots ever, the rabbits worked together, twisting and weaving the carrot leaves until they made a long, long rope. Yeah. They finally grabbed a hold of the moon. Using their combined might, the rabbits tried their hardest to tie down the moon in the sky. We'll soon get our bellies full, the rabbits cheered and chanted. Did they actually get what they hoped for in the end? Well... Grey Raven. It has been a while since the Grey Raven returned to Babylonia with the survivors. The doctor from the Star of Life said you started sleeping since Liv reverted to the Eclipse frame, so you have no idea how much time has passed. You were seemingly heavily infected when you retrieved Liv's mind shards, so much so that despite getting her back, you felt unconscious while she changed her frame. Hippocrates! You suffered a deadly concussion. I know you've miraculously awakened, but the truth is, I wasn't expecting you to wake up at all. Making comprehensive notes on your report, the Star of Life doctor frowns as she goes over the thorough records. Your mind beacon is still slightly corrupted, and your body is still covered in old injuries. So you're not leaving until I say otherwise. Stay in the rehab room instead of going on missions if possible. Alright. Also, don't walk around on your own just because you're feeling a bit better. Do you hear me? You feel a surge of embarrassment as the doctor departs with a distrustful gaze. A familiar voice speaks beside you. You heard the doc. Get some rest, Chief. Just ask me if you need something. Simon closes the book he is reading and turns to look at you with kindness. He is similarly covered in injuries, but he looks well. You look pretty lively today, Simon. Yeah, they're probably discharging me tomorrow after inspection today. HQ told me that they'd assign Dark Ares with new members after I'm ready. Are you staying in the army? Simon is not as adamant as the other soldiers, and there does not seem to be a reason he must stay in the army. After that excruciating battle, no one would bat an eye if he applied for an early retirement. I suppose someone like me who always got last place doesn't make the most viable commandant, does it? I didn't mean that. Smiling with a hint of embarrassment, Simon fiddles with his book before revealing a resolute gaze you have never seen. This is a textbook from the Forward Operations School College. I never really read through it back in school, which wouldn't explain my grade. But if I can start learning new tactics and considering new perspectives, perhaps I will save a lot more lives in the future, just like you guys did, Chief. Oh, you certainly will, Simon. Yeah, thank you. Right, didn't you say I could ask you if you needed something? Of course, what do you need? Are you sure this is fine? The doctor told you to not walk around. You wrap your arm around Simon's shoulder, walking along a corridor in the Star of Life's medical center, while your whole body is in pain. She said not to walk around on my own. That's why you're the chief. You clearly twisted her words, but I'm still convinced. Lucia's and Lee's frames were heavily damaged after the battle, their minds showing signs of infection. Still, repaired and examined, they have since recovered and started going on missions with other squads. You worry most about Liv. She switched to the specialized frame without a commandant to stabilize her mind, and now the damage has put her in a coma, her treatment marred by the unknown qualities of her new frame. We're here, Chief. Stopping before an ICU ward, you look through its thick glass window and see Liv surrounded by a lot of medical devices. Liv saved everyone back there. I'm sure she will be fine. Without risking her life, no one would have survived that encounter. Not Lucia, Lee, or even the entire human race. Not to mention this moment of respite she has given you all. But the girl who saved the world is now slumbering here, and the only thing anyone can do is pray. Aw, Liv. Liv. We probably felt the same when you were in a coma, Chief. Her condition will not get any better with you staying by her side and doing nothing. Those who can still contribute should act. Alright, let's go back. Alright, you still have physical therapy this afternoon. The doctors are going to be mad if you miss it again. Simon suddenly stops, recalling something. By the way, Chief, do you know a construct from the engineering force named Karenina? That I do. Why do you ask, Simon? Oh, Hilda. Franny. Hassan. And Norman.
I'm sorry, Mr. Representative from Norman Mining Corps.
Leonardo Norman, but Norman will do. That's a name people know, after all. Norman Mining Corps controlled almost every mining operation on the surface back in the Golden Age, after Babylonia retreated to space and gave up its operations on Earth and turned its gaze toward the moon. The rich helium-3 reserve on the moon is what powers Babylonia every day. It is even used to trade for essentials with Earthbound organizations like the ACA. On the other hand, the Norman's Mining Corps' comprehensive knowledge of the surface also makes it an important partner of the WGA.
Councilman Norman, this is a very important meeting. We don't need you telling us a bedtime story here.
Come on, everyone's so serious right now, I thought I'd lighten the mood, no? The other council members sigh and sneer, not worrying that Norman can hear them, but Norman does not react. He seems to be familiar with this kind of response. Norman Mining Corps has never been interested in politics, but they have sent the infamously perverse eldest son of the family to this council meeting for some reason. Nicholas sighs while Hassan nods, crossing his arms intrigued. So, did the rabbits pull the moon back in the end? Oh, well, they were rabbits, weren't they? Of course they couldn't pull off a stunt like that. That would be ridiculous.
Unlike the part where they grabbed a hold of the moon with a rope.
Norman ignores Nicola's interruption and continues chuckling. But the sweet, sweet carrots were all the rabbits could think about, so they wouldn't let go of the rope. Eventually, the moon pulled them away, and the rabbits ended up on the surface of the moon, never to return. So what? The rabbits wouldn't worry about that, obviously. They honestly thought the moon was theirs. They cheered triumphantly, after all. They were just a bunch of happy rabbits. Are you suggesting that humans are those dumb rabbits? No, no, no. This is just a popular fairy tale where I came from, and I didn't think rabbits were stupid either. Norman bows elegantly, his etiquette clashing with his flamboyant outfit. Cool story, Councilman Norman. Yeah, you know, my sister has always called me a good storyteller. Hassan politely smiles before turning back to the spacious Parliament Hall and nodding. The annoyed council members gradually quiet down. This has been a very intense meeting, so thank you, Councilman Norman, for the brief amusement, but I'm afraid we must return to the matter at hand. How are we going to save humanity from our biggest threat yet? The hollow screen in the hall displays the destruction caused by the global mutation of the hetero creatures. Although we finally found ourselves possessing a weapon that can counter the twins and large-scale punishing virus infections with the new specialized frame deployed, earning us a difficult victory. But the development of the specialized frames continues to be riddled with problems. The research on how to stabilize them, in particular, will be our key to reclaiming the Earth in the future. Nicola and Hassan exchange a look, and Hassan continues. This catastrophe has greatly impaired the task force members deployed to the surface. Some teams never returned. Confronting an unexpected calamity, they chose to stand and fight on the front line for humanity, buying us the time to plan and strategize right now. All the council members remain silent. Some look upset, probably suffering from loss, while some look terrified, fearing that the coming war will cost them everything they have. Amidst all of them, one person raises his hand and stands up. He's a member of the diplomatic court, Kurono. One of Collins's. Hassan and Nicola exchange a look, frowning slightly. Hassan gestures to the man. Councilman List from the diplomatic court. The floor is yours. List nods before entering some data on the screen next to him, projecting them onto the hollow screen. According to the information the military has published, our task force, when compared with the data of previous battles, is spent way beyond what is acceptable. Given their current strength, dare I say, the task force can't even guard Babylonia. Words, brain. Give me a second. Given their current strength, dare I say that the task force can't even guard Babylonia against the evolving hetero creatures. Destroying them on a meaningful scale and reclaiming the conservation areas is a pipe dream. List pauses, his gaze sweeping across the hall, and he lets the deafening silence flood the room. I have no intention to blame the military command or our task force, but even with their exceptional service, our fight against the punishing virus is still resulting in heavy loss. Indeed, the battles are much crueler than these numbers. Constructs and commandants were performing their duties to reclaim the Earth when they met their ill-fated ends, combating enemies beyond our understanding. They are glorious warriors, are they not? The children of Earth, just like us, are they not? They have every right to share in humanity's future. Are you suggesting giving up on reclaiming Earth? Are you going to let their sacrifices be in vain? Looking into List's eyes intently, Nicola has a feeling that this man must have a card up his sleeve. He would have not incited the council members otherwise. I don't object to reclaiming the Earth. It is our past, our future even. But we must ask ourselves, is it time for us to consider another path? We stop fighting and let the punishing virus spread, the people will suffer, and Babylonia won't remain unscathed. We can't be sure that the fully evolved hetero creatures and corrupted won't destroy this ark. Don't forget that Babylonia was created as a superluminal colony ship. It's a ship that's meant to sail toward the stars, not an ark to survive a flood. Nicola chuckles. If that is List's card, he might be a little too naive. Since you didn't forget, I'm sure you'll also recall that Babylonia can only run on regular fuel right now,
The zero-point engine designed to power Babylonia originally was the reason this apocalypse started. What if this dreadful noise follows Nicola's words like a cobra catching its prey? What if I tell you that the utilization of zero-point energy is no longer a dream? After a brief silence, the room explodes with questions. All the council members are stunned by List's words, eager to know more about the thing he said. Zero-point energy. As you all know, during a not-so-secret military operation, the Grey Raven Commandant retrieved a file from Atlantis, the zero-point research city. List changes the displayed content on the holoscreen into the Omega file, the data with which the Atlantis researchers traded their lives. This is an incredibly valuable file. It shows us that, under specific conditions, a running zero-point reactor can create a field that absorbs the punishing virus. That was how we managed to create the specialized frame with the Omega weapon that defeated the twins. The new specialized frame was what caused the military to work with Corona. Exactly. However, those noble researchers have perhaps left us with an even more significant insight. Nodding, List turns to the next page of his presentation. During their research, they tried to recreate the process of how the zero-point reactor created the punishing virus. They documented their experiments, hoping to leave behind valuable data. While they never saw the virus manifest, those researchers still preserved the Omega file alongside all the data from running their zero-point reactor. Hilda also realizes what List is suggesting, which means that, in a way, they discovered how to generate zero-point energy without causing a punishing virus outbreak. Indeed, this will be our basis for restarting the zero-point reactor. The last torch of humanity's future is burning 363,300 kilometers from the Earth now, right there on the moon. All the council members gasp, almost all of them turning toward the moon that is seemingly just outside their grasp. To test how zero-point energy would perform under low gravity in space, Babylonia's zero-point reactor and the manufacture of its engine were sent to the propulsion lab on the moon during the Babylonia's production. Upon discovering the connection between zero-point reactors and the punishing virus, the reactor and the lunar base that housed it had been discarded, now managed by the Norman Mining Corps, the lunar mining company. Is that why Norman's eldest has been invited to this meeting? Noticing Nicola's piercing gaze, Norman, who is playing with the switch of the monitor before him, waves and smiles at Nicola. With Norman Mining Corps' generous assistance, we have had a chance to test our theory, and our tests have shown the most promising results. The projected graphs shift once again, displaying a list of data and a photo of a dazzling blue light, the signature optical effect when zero-point energy is generated. Our test finds the lunar reactor running only at 45.37% of its theoretical capacity when replicating the data from the Atlantis reactor. But that is enough to sustain Babylonia's current operation and future voyage. The most important thing is there has been no sign of the punishing virus at our test site, which means we can attach the zero-point engine to Babylonia and use its almost limitless energy to turn Babylonia back into a colony ship as we set sail for the stars away from Earth. This will mean the punishing virus-infected planet and its myriad of dangers will no longer concern Babylonia. Humanity would begin anew, which is undoubtedly a very tempting proposition given the current situation. Only if your data is reliable. Even the Norman Mining Corps doesn't possess researchers' experience with zero-point reactors and colony ships. I have every right to doubt the legitimacy of this report. Nicola might have called them Norman Mining Corps' researchers, but he knows very well that it must be the Chrono scientists on the lunar surface right now. Our researchers aren't the only ones. We only managed to restart this project because we received assistance from an expert on Babylonia and zero-point energy. Commander Nicola must know our expert very well. Only now does Nicola Only now does Nicola realize he always thought that he was the one using Kurono, but he was never aware that Kurono was using him as well. Karenina. Indeed, Karenina from the engineering force might be the most knowledgeable person on Babylonia's design, and despite the study on zero-point energy having stopped for years, she remains one of its leading researchers. More importantly, Karenina is a member of Babylonia. Her position is above reproach. Well, I believe the idea to relaunch Babylonia's voyage is convincing enough for a proposal then, President Hassan. Hassan nods as he looks around the parliament. We'll begin our vote on Councilman List's proposal. Without much discussion, an overwhelming majority has voted to restart the zero-point reactor and leave the ever-growing threats of the surface, turning humanity's gaze toward the unknown stars. I'll also vote yes, but as a head of the control court, I should remind you that you have overstepped your role as a member of the diplomatic court by plotting the secret scheme of yours. There will be consequences. List nods, his gaze moving past Hilda onto Hassan, showing no signs of fear. Of course, I accept any punishment. 98.5% are in favor of Councilman List's proposal, 0% have opposed, and 1.5% have abstained. The supporting rate is higher than the minimum requirements. This proposal has passed. In that case, I hereby announce that. At that moment, the Parliament suddenly receives an emergency comms request from Celica. Hassan hesitates for a few seconds before deciding to answer the call. President Hassan, we just received an urgent message from the lunar base. Our initial assessment believes it requires an immediate response. Who sent it? Karenina. Frowning, Hassan looks at List, but he cannot derive anything from List's expressionless face. Play it. Celica switches the feed, and the projected screen in the Parliament reveals a blurred figure whose voice is unmistakably Karenina's. Infection must danger the surface, so I must destroy the zero-point engine right now. Okay, next up, what do we got? Okay, restore like you're the best person. Okay, I guess we're going back in time a little bit. About 3 months ago, or a week after the twins appeared in the Polia Forest Park ruins. Looking down from Babylonia, the threats from the flying hetero creatures is ever present. Babylonia has paid a heavy price trying to re-establish the nightmare route between itself and the surface, but no ace pilot has expected to get past enemies that would not hesitate to throw their lives away. Even the arrival of a screw or a can of food will help the surface greatly against this living hell, but the dreams of the many rescue pilots ultimately fall amidst the blue sky they once soared. This is no longer an issue of piloting skills. The engineers of Babylonia must provide a new solution as soon as possible. Shit! The engine should be putting out 150% power according to the spec. Why is the speed increase almost negligible right now? As the Science Council is in charge of creating the Omega weapon, the task of creating a new aircraft engine that can counter the flying hetero creatures has been given to the engineering force. With her background as a member of the Cosmos Technician Union, Karenina is experienced in research and development in the energy and power sector, making her the best person for the job. Hey, new guy, show me the records of the previous setup. Actually, I joined the engineering force 2 years ago. Oh, is that so? Why do I feel like I've never seen you before? Forget it. It doesn't matter. Just get me the setup records right now. Actually, it was the vice captain who... Don't bother looking. I told them to swap that outrageous part in your design with a standard one. Of course the output has dropped. A quiet voice speaks amongst the row of computers that sit in the corner of the development workshop. Teddy, what the hell? Karenina screams at where the voice came from, startling everyone in the workshop, but they quickly shrug and return to work with an expression of, here we go again. Can you comprehend how many lives we lose on the surface for every minute we delay? Karenina pushes away a wall of monitors before yanking the headphone off the girl behind them, the one she called Teddy. Don't forget the value of life, isn't it? We might not say it as much as you do, but every one of us knows why we are working around the clock. We know the stakes. And explain why you replaced those parts. The reason is simple. I didn't want to die. Unruffled, Teddy enters a series of codes before pointing at the monitor in front of Karenina. If we build it according to your design and have the engine run at maximum capacity at all times, the smallest error during assembly will result in a hole on Babylonia, one as big as your head. Karenina turns the monitor back toward Teddy and points at the numbers vehemently. Is that it? Then don't screw up during assembly. Maybe you can modify and assemble parts with that level of accuracy, but I'm afraid you won't find another daredevil as reckless as you here, and we don't have time to design an automatic assembly plant. HQ tasked us to build a transport craft, not a high-speed coffin that goes up in flame and becomes an expensive fireworks display. Ugh. Karenina cannot refute Teddy's words right at this moment. And this engine is too costly. Excuse me, costly? Who gives a damn at a time like this? It's one thing that it costs a lot of money. What's worse is that it costs 3 times more power than the engines on our current transport crafts to run. Don't these transport crafts need to return after they land on the surface? Not to mention that Babylonia can supply us with additional energy for the extra trips back and forth to Earth from outside what they usually do. If only we had time to optimize the power consumption. Not that I have a better alternative, unless we can somehow get a source with unlimited power. 0-point energy, is it? It'd be great if humans actually had it in their hands. If they could only obtain this almost endless power source, they would dramatically change the state of the war. Ironically, 0-point reactors were the cause of the punishing virus outbreak. Karenina turns around and stares at the strategic interface on Earth's status. The people down there do not even have the leisure to worry. Ugh, how annoying. Stop dreaming about your fantasy field and start figuring out how to lower power consumption. Don't jump to conclusions, lassie. Your fantasy might not be as out of reach as you imagined. Karenina turns around to find a grinning, vulgar man barging in and interjecting. Hey, who the hell are you, creep? This is the engineering force's workshop. We don't allow visitors, and we're not responsible if you hurt yourself. Ha! How exquisite! Not that your workshop has worked out anything, has it? What did you say? Karenina, behind him. Teddy points at the man, and only then does Karenina notice that behind him are Hassan and Nicola. President Hassan, Commander Nicola, all I can say is that we haven't made any significant progress on the new engine yet if you want an update. No one cares about some obsolete transport craft engines. What we need right now is a revolutionary weapon. Oop, I didn't mean to do that. Boop. Karenina restrains herself and ignores the babbling man, questioning Hassan and Nicola with a gaze. My apologies, but this is Collins. He is currently the military's, The seemingly reluctant Hassan meets Nicola's eyes before clearing his throat and continuing. Kind of a consultant, let's put it like that. We have a very important project we need to discuss with you. Take a break, the rest of you. Teddy glances at Karenina and sighs, probably thinking that Karenina has gotten into trouble again. Then she then leads the rest of the team out of the workshop. Alrighty then, let's not dally what I need, lassie, you. My name is Karenina. Oh, how rude of me. Oh well, Karen, you must have heard what that Grey Raven commandant brought back from the Atlantis Research Center, right? The Omega File? Hearing that term, Karenina's eyes narrow. She has no idea why the unremarkable man before her is one of the few people with access to this highly classified information. Hassan and Nicola were very clear about how confidential the Omega File must remain when they first informed her about it, tasking her to assist the Science Council in testing their theories. So, you do know about it, ha ha ha! Not a very good liar, aren't you? Some random expletive. I don't know, shit, fuck, crap, I don't know, yeah. Nicola barely manages to hold the furious Karenina back, even though he does wish to see her giving Collins a beating. Boy, would we all love that. I'll explain. The Science Council has successfully developed a prototype for the Omega weapon, but that is the most they can do. To produce it, we need to employ a zero-point reactor. And the only functional zero-point reactor we possess. There is no way to reach Earth right now, not to mention finding a running zero-point reactor on the surface to make the Omega weapon, but Earth is not the only place with a zero-point reactor. The reactor in the lunar base, it could work. But it's been closed forever since the outbreak, and no one has the slightest clue of what's going on in there. That's why we desperately need someone with technical expertise in zero-point reactors to restart it. So, now you're knocking on our door. What a plan. Collins grins and sits on a random machine tool, unconcerned with the dust and oil stains. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for any researcher in the energy field. You might even have your name forever remembered in human history. Karenina knows that just because you are remembered does not mean that you are remembered fondly. She learned it from her grandfather. I'm not interested. Find another dumbass to listen to your bullshit. How about this bullshit? I mean, let me put it another way. Do you think it's a good idea to ask some random team instead of the engineering force to restart a zero-point reactor? Karenina is certain that there is no one in Babylonia, not even someone from the Science Council, who is more experienced than her in the field for this job. She is confident and proud of that fact. That's not persuasion, creep. That's a threat. Karenina stays silent for once before turning toward Hassan. President Hassan, can the Omega weapon really beat the shit out of that punishing virus? For what it's worth, it's our only hope. When the surface was ravaged by the punishing virus, Babylonia was humanity's hope for shelter. When the corrupted destroyed the defenses on Earth, constructs were humanity's hope for a fighting chance. And now the development of the Omega weapon is humanity's hope for fighting back against this living hell. Can Karenina really afford to sit this out? I see. The engineering force will take this job, with two conditions. First of all, the people that stay behind will keep working on the new transport craft engine. The things that they make will come in handy, I'm sure. Second, Karenina pauses, then names her request. Teddy steps outside the workshop. She has no idea how long since she last left the place. Hoping to take a break, she instead runs into someone unexpected. Hello there, it's been a while. Confronted by the enthusiastic Norman, Teddy pretends not to see him. She just sits on the floor before opening her portable terminal and continuing to work on her codes. Norman, in turn, just smiles and walks to her side, looking at her work curiously. Is this where you work now? How is it, Christina? Happy with your job? Hearing that name, Teddy frowns and stops typing. There's no Christina here. If you still have a brain, you'd remember that my name is Teddy, Mr. Norman. Can't fault your brother for calling you how he's always called you. Old habits die hard. Teddy is still staring at her screen, but her mind is elsewhere. Why would you go back to the Norman family? Probably for that incomprehensible inheritance, I suppose. Is that so? Congratulations then. I guess you're only here with us dirty and grimy folks for some family business, aren't you? Bingo! What do you know? I've always said my sister is way smarter than me. Teddy sneers, her face quickly reverting to expressionless once again, and her fingers darting across the keyboard on her terminal. Victoria, is she well? Of course, at least better than you and I with our dirty work. Looking at the stains on her sleeves, Teddy glimpses at Norman's stylish outfit and smiles. But she throws a fit every time she sees me, asking for her sister to play with her. All I can do is tell her sister is working right now, and she'll be back once she is free. Whoa, you really are a piece of shit, aren't you? How dare you lie to a child? Norman laughs dramatically, seemingly unbothered by her insults. You haven't answered me yet, Teddy. Are you happy with your job? Teddy seems a little surprised, but she answers after a while. It's fine, not screwing around like you are in yours. Good. Norman smiles gently, unlike before. Once his smile fades, Norman mumbles quietly. That's good. Okay. Now we got a battle mission. 19-3. The moon, the closest celestial body to the Earth. Back when humans were still unfamiliar with the world, the moon channeled all of their wildest stories of the night. Some people thought it was the home of the gods who observed humans from afar. Times changed, but the clarity of the moonlight was unchanging. It was not until the first human footprint was left on the moon did the age of stories and myths end for the silver night sky, declaring the beginning of humanity's golden age. It has been a week since Karenina and Teddy accepted the job and arrived at the lunar base. After completing the Omega prototype, Karenina began working on a new project. Mind compatibility test complete. Frame stability rate? Hey, try to move your right hand. Like this. Yep, all good. The readings on the base stats of this frame have all exceeded the regular frames. Just what kind of tech did the guy use in the base model he provided? Hey Missy, can I get out now? 1 second, I need to read and record a disclaimer. Oh, what now? A disclaimer that says I was forced to help you calibrate your frame, and I am in no way responsible for if your frame explodes. The Cosmos Technician Union cannot hold me accountable if you are killed in the line of duty. But screw you! Go to hell. Rashly, Karenina pulls off the cables on her body and jumps up, stretching her limbs and moving her joints. The frame is indeed performing nicely. Mobility, explosiveness, balance, all better than what I requested. They modified the frame based on your request, didn't they? Why are you surprised? I designed the changes, but the creep provided the base model of the frame. That is why we can complete it so quickly. Are we sure about that creep and the people in the lunar base? Although she has followed Karenina to the moon, Teddy clearly distrusts Collins. And right you are. Not really, but that doesn't affect our work. As long as we can help the people on the surface, we'll do what it takes. Karenina swings her transformable blast hammer, her weapon of choice, while Teddy watches from the side. So, it's cool, isn't it? Yeah, it suits you. Karenina was not expecting to hear Teddy complimenting her. She feels a little self-conscious. I designed it after all. Not only does it pack a punch, but it can also adapt to different battles. A weapon that doesn't require careful maneuvers really fits a dumbass who only knows how to hold the trigger down. Hey, are you interested in helping me test my weapon? I need a target, you little shit. Right as the two are about to strangle each other, a middle-aged man in researcher garb enters the preparation room. He looks very awkward, crouching as he comes in. Well, we actually prepared something for you to test the new frame. You don't have to get your own target. The miserable-looking man is Yarha! Damn, you look old. Boy's aged quite a bit. He is said to be the research director of this lunar base, but his obsequious attitude appears otherwise. Director Yarha, we were just kidding. I was kidding too. Man, he's an old man. We saw him when he was just a little baby face, and now he's all grown up. Well then. Right before the discomfort boils over, Teddy sighs and stands up from behind the calibration terminal. Is the testing for the new frame about to begin? Can you take us there, Director Yarha? Ah, correct. This way, please. But I really was kidding. Yeah, we know. Two of them follow Yarha, leaving the preparation room and heading toward the testing area. Meanwhile, the two men start talking on the other side of the room. Is that frame the second request from the girl? But why would you provide her with the frame we developed as the base model? We spent so much effort to reverse engineer it from her. List, you're being silly now. Don't be stingy with your baits if you want to catch a big fish. The fisherman in the Arctic told me that back when I was posted there. The more expensive the bait, the bigger the fish. Patting List on the back, Colin starts walking toward the testing area, but he stops with some parting words before going further. Don't discard ancient wisdom, you know. Watching Colin's departing figure, List tightens his tie. Of course, I'll remember that. Okay, there you go. Testing, check 1, 2, 3. Voice command, unselect video recording, search for an appropriate location. Wait, that's too far. Come a little closer. Stop, that's good enough. Ugh, why is this AI so stupid? Activate battle simulation. Select difficulty level 1. Karenina, we need to test the frame under different pressure conditions and stages here. I'll assist you with the remote debugging. If you're ready, just give me a shout. Okay then, frame energy set to stage 1. Food should be eaten one bite at a time. Pesky fishies should be taken care of one wave at a time. Let's start with a basic performance. Too early. Not bad, not bad. Frame energy set to there. Now we're doing the ping text. Okay, then we'll unlock stage 3. Taking Hypertune test. Spin to win. Whew, not bad for a warm-up. Knew there was going to be some hiccups during the design phase, but I wasn't expecting debugging to go so well the first time. Looks like we need to strike while the iron's hot. Come here, drone. Time to try out this frame's new powers. The manual debugging interface is in. Found it. Test system upgraded to overclocking mode enabled. Combat intensity maximum. Setting frame energy to stage 4. Anti-grav system test. Time to give you guys a show. Stage rejection lifted, full power strike. Karenina, wait, using such a powerful move in this area like this will... What? Can't hear you, you know, the wind is blowing too strong here. And again. Whee! Thunk. Oh, I kinda went overboard. At least the test was completed, and the recording should have been uploaded as well. Alright, I promise I'll fix you once I got the time. Okay. She's great. I love Karenina. Tests on the new frame are over quickly. The new frame shear, scooter, I don't know, however you pronounce it. Shear, probably, since it's Old English rather than the Latin scooter, has proven to operate adequately in low gravity. Good job. The results are better than what we expected, Karenina. It's over already. I was just getting started. Enough. Are you planning to break the moon apart? What do you say, Karen? This frame is doing alright, isn't it? Karenina gives Collins a sidelong glance, loading to answer the man walking toward her with his arms extended. It's you again. You certainly look like you've got nothing to do. Ah, my looks can be deceiving. You have no idea how much I care about this frame's performance. I don't know how you did it, but it certainly performs better than other regular models. Construct tech hasn't stopped advancing after all. The field has been expanding like bread dough, rising ever since her grandfather, Dr. Callan, established its foundation. Karenina is surprised to hear her grandfather's name from Collins. Hey, do you know Grandpa? Karenina's grandfather never told her about his past. She only learned about some of it through various documents and files. But she has a feeling that some key information has been scraped from each of these files, as if someone has been intentionally hiding Callan's past. So, Dr. Callan didn't tell his granddaughter anything for real. What a madman! What is that, wasting that genius brain of his? Everyone in the slums where Karenina grew up treated the oddly behaving Callan as a madman, but he never seemed to mind. Don't forget the value of life. I also heard him say that quite a lot. As a researcher of the construct experiment, he was certainly an odd fella before he went cuckoo. But that was precisely why he was one of the few people I respected. How nice it'd be if he was still with us. Collins looks like he is about to cry before suddenly smacking his forehead as excitedly as if he had recalled something. Right, let me show you Dr. Collins' lab. Mr. Collins' lab. Collins waves his hand and stops Yaha from continuing. Grandpa was here on the lunar base. Aha! Rather over half his lunar... Let me rephrase that. Aha! Rather over half of this lunar base was built for Dr. Callan and his construct experiments. This quietly reminds Collins how dangerous that he is acting. Are you sure about telling them our biggest secret? This can mess up all of our plans. It's fine. The cat would be out of the bag sooner or later if our wish were to come true. If they can help us unlock that mysterious treasure trove quicker, nothing else matters. Collins starts moving without waiting for anyone. Karenina hesitates for 1 second before deciding to follow, only to find Teddy holding onto her wrist. Hey, don't you find these people suspicious? Suspicious as hell, but I think that they know something about Grandpa that even Babylonia doesn't know. Not that I care about his past, but I guess I couldn't stay away from any opportunity to know more about him. He was my only family after all. I don't expect a rich girl from a big family like you to understand. Family? Forget it, I'll come with you. Teddy shakes her head and follows Collins alongside Karenina. Collins leads the two of them through several security checkpoints under careful inspection. Each checkpoint is guarded by a few construct soldiers without squad designation. That's a lot of guards for one laboratory. Haha, well, we have a baby angel in there we can't afford to let loose. Not that these folks can do much if she does intend to go. Collins does not explain further. After going through the last checkpoint, he opens the door to the construct laboratory. Oh. You little shits. The dark environment almost devours whatever light comes through the door from the outside, leaving the ghostly blue light emitted by the device in the center of the room the only thing glowing. Hey, isn't that the Omega prototype we made? It is the Mega Omega weapon, requiring the 0. No, it's not any voice, but rather just a narration. It is the Mega Omega weapon, requiring the 0-point reactor to keep running, several times the size of its original design, It was built to test and observe the practicality of the Omega weapon. But as the blue light flashes, they see a pale young girl inside, bounded. She looks to be at peace, as if she is sleeping. She is the first Ascendant humans know about, the culprit of Babylonia's near fall, and the first Ascendant to approach humans directly. Luna. Almost instinctively, Karenina takes out her weapon and aims at Luna, but she is surprised to find all the guarding construct soldiers pointing their guns at her. What are you doing? Do you know what that is? Of course, everything here is built for her. Collins casually gestures to the surrounding soldiers to lower their arms before stepping toward Luna, standing before her under the blue light, watching the girl with delight. Bullshit! Get out of my way! She's an Ascendant, an enemy to all humankind. Sure, Ascendants can take lives. The punishing virus she wields can take lives. Collins grins and turns around, staring at Karenina fearlessly. But constructs can also take lives, and so can that hammer you wield. Ascendants aren't necessarily humanity's enemies, unlike being weak. Isn't that why we armed ourselves with science, changing the world? When the day we unlock the secrets of the Ascendants comes, granting us the power of the Ascension Network, those beings that once threatened humanity's existence will turn into the light that guides our evolution. Collins flicks his hand, and all the lights in the laboratory focus on where he stands. Like how it witnessed the development of constructs, this moon will witness the second time humanity evolves, the moment we become Ascendants. Turning humans into Ascendants? Did you hurt your head? I was there when Luna was born. I know what happened in City 75. What she did was akin to sacrificing herself. Doesn't that prove humans and Ascendants aren't really that different? Eternal life, unlimited power. We don't need to fear the punishing virus anymore. It will be ours to command. Of course, that's the ideal outcome. Right now all we can do is use this Omega weapon as an insurance when we awake Luna and ask her about what we couldn't find with technological means. The secrets of the Asnet. Collins might be mad, but he is not a fool. His grandiose vision is not built on a shaky foundation. Even if Luna wants to escape, this cage can absorb the punishing virus to cripple her or even kill her. But without 0-point energy, this cage is nothing but a pretty vase. That's why you need us to restart the 0-point reactor. Clearly, that is what you're truly after. But there's no way the Parliament would approve it. Who the hell are you guys? Collins laughs wildly, slowly walking toward the center of the laboratory. We're the oldest madmen in human history. You might have heard of the name we used to call ourselves. Corono. That they are. That they are. Zero rest. 0-point energy was once the ultimate version of the future from the people in the Golden Age. Everyone knew about it. Everyone was staring at it. However, the development of a 0-point energy was always a mystery. The only foundation of all its research was that it existed. Even experts in the energy sector could only start with trial and error. After countless failures, almost all researchers in the laboratory have lost patience, their spirits broken, frustration fills every corner of the room. Only one small figure stands before everyone else, boldly but carefully forming different solutions, hoping to recreate what happened to the Atlantis reactor as recorded in the Omega file. Right, the number of virtual particles detected is normal, which means it's probably the conditions for the output not being able to sustain. Shit, it's still not working. Karenina, still looking energetic, are we? I'm glad you're used to it. It pisses me off every time I see her all energized while I'm dead tired. But I suppose a fool who won't quit is the only one who deserves to witness success firsthand. Teddy dusts off the dirt from her clothes, having been resting on the floor, and stretches before standing up and operating the terminal. Hey, you there! Go get a reading of the pressure inside the vacuum chamber, and bring me another metal pipe. I smashed the last one. That lady there doesn't care who you are once she's in work mode. That Corona researcher takes a look at Yaha. Although Yaha's role as a research director is only nominal, the researchers still technically answer to him. We're all after the same thing here, do as Karenina says. Unlike its mysterious and elitist image, scientific researches are boring and fruitless 80% of the time. The celebrated successes are the results of tens of thousands of repeated experiments. Karenina's grandfather had been doing all kinds of ridiculous experiments since she was young. Occasionally, most of the time, they ended in failure. But sometimes, very, very rarely, after an alarming explosion, she would find Colin covered in soot, grinning and showing his perfect white teeth, walking out to the door with a piece of coal in his hands. The young Karenina would carefully hold her grandfather's hands, wiping off the topmost layer of dirt to reveal the glistening diamond hiding inside. Stop, stop, stop! Nobody moves! Having started work again for who knows how long, the researchers are all startled by Karenina's sudden shout, stopping their work immediately. Karenina staring at a pencil on her desk until it slowly floats in the air. Even with only 1/6 of Earth's gravity, a pencil would not have levitated on the lunar surface out of nowhere. Teddy, take this down. This is it. Alright, I'm recording it. What is this, Karenina? I hooked up the 0-point reactor with the original engine as its most susceptible detector. The 0-point reactor in the lunar base was created as the power source for Babylonia, driving the space-traveling gravitational wave engine. This engine was designed for 0-point energy and 0-point energy only. Other energy sources wouldn't work, so it was left here with the reactor. But that also means it will turn on with the slightest hint of 0-point energy, like this. Karenina nods, motioning Teddy to enter the final commands. With a crystal clear ding echoing in the laboratory, everyone and everything in the room is suddenly floating in the air, as if they are in actual space. Does that mean we've succeeded? Although the engine can only run at 50% of what it can theoretically do this way, without a doubt the 0-point reactor has restarted. All the researchers cannot help but cheer, whether they are from Corona or the engineering force. Everyone floating is high-fiving and celebrating with the people around them. Perhaps only now, laughing freely in the absence of gravity, can these people ignore each other's beliefs and factions to enjoy this technological breakthrough as scientific researchers. Teddy cannot help but grin, either, but her smile quickly fades as she knows there is a bigger question awaiting for them after the 0-point reactor restarts. Will the punishing virus come? Finally, List! Do I look alright? Should I put on something decent? You're fine. Despite List's answer, Collins straightens up his tie and cuffs patiently. Collins, the Mega weapon has been connected to a 0-point energy source. Karen, is the 0-point reactor running properly? Karenina watches the Omega weapon glowing blue upon receiving the 0-point energy. Right now, it is only in standby mode. More proper than any of you. Ah, that's good enough for me. By the way, didn't you refuse to work with us originally? The Cosmos Technician Union might be neutral, but it doesn't mean we're planning to work with Corona. Cosmos Technicians Union's neutrality is part of why the Parliament has chosen Karenina to help Corona after they agreed to work together. We're helping you restart the 0-point reactor only because we need it to produce the Omega weapon the surface desperately needs right now. Don't overthink it. But hetero creatures and corrupted won't sit and wait for the Omega weapon to attack. Humanity needs a more decisive breakthrough to turn things around. Collins sends a file to Karenina's terminal, which is the latest project the Parliament and Corona have agreed to work on together. A new specialized frame. In that case, the Omega weapon can indeed be fully utilized. The base model is made from the data of an agent. Karenina glances at the sleeping Luna. Lit by the soft blue light, Luna's youthful face is the furthest thing Karenina would associate with what Luna is. An agent, the highest form of Ascendant. Even though the model we built from Luna's data performed better than regular constructs, it couldn't achieve what the new specialized frame would require to absorb the punishing virus. Shit, no wonder you gave me that model. You were looking for more data, weren't you? Ha, you can think what you want. I just want you to understand that even the smallest treasure we take from that treasure trove is enough to make such an impact. Collins gives Karenina a pat on her shoulder, revealing his usual malicious grin. As a researcher yourself, aren't you curious what other secrets are hidden in that trove? Voicing the... I gotta work a little better. Collins nods at Yaha, and the energy pulse device connected to Luna begins to work, injecting her with energy. The pale Ascendant slowly opens her eyes under everyone's watchful gaze. People have their hands on their weapons. Even knowing that the Omega weapon is there, they are still frightened by Luna. Collins looks at Luna expectantly, hoping she will react, but Luna just looks at everyone there calmly and remains silent. Luna, that's your name, isn't it? Do you remember me? I witnessed your birth on that day, transforming from that lowly corrupted to the saintly angelic being you are. I've been hoping to meet you again ever since. Luna is still expressionless, but her gaze seems to have shifted slightly. You are the one who turned me into a corrupted? Of course not. It was an unfortunate accident that got you infected. Or a necessary sacrifice. Even though Dr. Callan had greatly increased the success rate of the construct technology, it was still flawed. Necessary sacrifice? Is that so? You think that was an accident, but it doesn't matter anymore. Luna tries to connect to the Ascension network to no avail. As she expected, she has probably been deemed a threat to the network after her actions in City 75. But the punishing virus within her has not overtaken her and turned her into a corrupted, which means she is still an Ascendant for some reason, which surprises her. Perhaps you're hoping to attain something from me, humans, but I'm sorry to tell you that I'm no different to your constructs right now. All I have left is the power to draw in the punishing virus. Luna raises her bounded right hand slightly. A dark scarlet light flashes in her palm, causing all the soldiers to raise their weapons. There is no punishing virus here. Luna is astounded to find that there is almost no punishing virus in the atmosphere except for what is inside her. Don't be rash, we're on the moon right now. There is no virus for you Ascendants to absorb, and if you try to run, the Omega weapon behind you will activate and destroy all viruses and you in one sweep. I don't plan to run. The person you call Luna is dead. There's no place for me to return to. Luna glimpses at the Omega weapon behind her, not showing much interest before closing her eyes again. Humans are already capable of making something like that. But it's pointless. Humanity's end is destined. At City 75, Luna chose to oppose the Ascension Network, siding with her sister and the human her sister trusted, despite being humanity's enemy, and now Luna has nowhere to return as an outcast. But struggle all you want, like that person, humans. Luna's final words might be uncaring, but it does not sound hostile at all. If anything, there seems to be the faintest hint of hope. Okay. 19.5, 19.6. We'll go in order, gazing into the night. Yaha is adjusting the data on his terminal in the dimly lit construct laboratory. Projected before him in the hollow screen is a white-colored construct slowly taking shape. Ever since he took the assignment to design the new specialized frame, Yaha has decided to stay in this room. Even with how focused Yaha is, the slightest breeze or movement around him makes him double-check his surroundings before returning to his work. It's alright, just dropped a pen. He is clearly scared of the girl in the center of the laboratory, the Ascendant Luna. Although he does not know much about Ascendants, Even the mad scientists of Corona consider them to be extremely dangerous. For no particular reason, he recalls the other white construct who startled him in the past during the first test. Damn it, I really should stay away from anything white next time. His gaze lands on the unfinished white construct in his terminal and he sighs. I guess I'll leave Corona after completing this frame. Hey. Speaking of white. Right as Yaha is about to dive back into his work, he is startled by a greeting from behind, so much that it makes him toss his terminal away involuntarily. Luckily, the flying terminal gently lands on the ground, and Yaha is reminded of the moon's lower gravity. Seeing his terminal is still intact, Yaha finally has time to check to greet him, and finds Karenina standing there. Karenina, why are you here? Karenina picks up the terminal for Yaha, and she notices the frame on the screen. Hey, is this the design for the new specialized frame? Yeah, it's not too different from what we planned. With the data we got from this agent, the frame can absorb the punishing virus in a larger area before eliminating it with the mega weapon inside. I thought you people from Corona would have kept this secret. Given that the guards let you in, it means Collins is fine with whatever you do. It seems so. After all, he needs us to maintain this Omega weapon, but there doesn't seem to be a reason to turn it on. Ever since Luna woke up, she has not put up any resistance, despite her indifference, providing Yaha with the data he needs for the new specialized frame. No, there are so plenty of reasons. Please, make sure it's working properly, Karenina. All his fear is the fear of the unknown. No one knows when the gentle girl before them will turn into a bloodthirsty monster. Seriously, why did you take this job if you're so afraid? Because the person using this frame is someone I knew. I want to do my absolute best for her, right? You might know her too. Yarha opens up the list of testers for the new specialized frame, and the first and only person on it is none other than Liv of Grey Raven. Liv? I thought Grey Ravens were still on the surface. Why would she? They're trying to get Liv and her commandant back to Babylonia so they can perform adaptation on her while treating that commandant. Liv will need to connect to her commandant when she switches her frame. But if Commandant doesn't wake up in time... Karenina remembers from the previous files that without a Commandant with high adaptability to stabilize the mind of the new specialized frame, the user of the new specialized frame will suffer from unknown mind illnesses and die in 3 hours at the latest. Liv, does she know about that? Yarha nods solemnly, answering Karenina's question. For the people with her, for the entire humankind, she still chooses to become this necessary sacrifice. She hasn't changed at all, not hesitating to put others before herself. Yaha takes out a small bullet shell from his pocket. Once a symbol of his cowardice, it now gives him courage. So, I'm going to do my best to help. After all, it's rare to work on something righteous like this in Corona. Yarha scratches his head as he closes his terminal before leaving Karenina behind, telling her he needs to submit some reports to data analytics. Is that a necessary sacrifice? Karenina knows that no one wants to sacrifice anyone willingly, but there is no other way. We cannot help it. Humanity is simply facing an impossible choice. If it were not Liv, it would have been Lucia, Bianca, the Grey Raven Commandant, or even Karenina herself. Still, Karenina cannot help but think that this sacrifice is her fault, or the fault of the entire humankind. They are weak. They have been weak, so they need to sacrifice someone in exchange for hope. Humans have always been like this. There has never been progress without sacrifice. Karenina almost forgets that there is still a frightening presence in this laboratory. She looks up at the speaking Luna. Enveloped in a dim blue light, the girl in white looks ethereal. Countless humans stand at the crossroads of choice, sacrificing the fated few, surviving due to the science built upon absolute rationality. You are also one of the few sacrificed in the name of science, aren't you? Karenina remembers what Collins said. Luna only became corrupted because the construct technology back then was flawed, and Karenina's grandfather was the one responsible for the theories on the construct tech. It doesn't matter to me anymore. Like what that man said, I was simply unfortunate. Perhaps Luna does not care about what will happen to her anymore. Be it an unjust fate or the consequences of her actions, Luna cannot go back and choose another path. But what does that mean to you? The culmination of absolute rationality is now in the palm of your hand. Can it bring hope without requiring sacrifices? When Karenina was very young, living in the slums where hunger and death stained the air, she also tried to be a well-mannered child and fit in with others. No matter how hard she tried, however, it always ended in a fight. Karenina used to wonder about the similarities between her and science. If its developments and her constant brawls were simply a curse of destruction, destroying nature, the earth, and eventually themselves. Karen, look, it's a full moon tonight. It's been exactly 29 days and 12 hours since the last one. No, it's 29 days, 12 hours, and 43 minutes. You got so mad when I didn't remember the exact time, Grandpa. Is it? Haha, I've forgotten, but it's no matter. Karen can remember what I forgot. Can you? Can't you? Right, let me tell you about the stories with the moon and the rabbits before I forgot. Once, there was a bunch of happy rabbits. Well, before I forget. Grandpa, why aren't you mad? I had a fight with someone again today. Is fighting other people fun for you, Karen? Fighting? It hurts when I got hit, and my fists hurt when I punch. But I can't hold back even knowing that. They say I only know how to fight and destroy, and I'm just as mad as you. How boring. Let's look at the moon instead. That's way more interesting. Alright, pop quiz. You know how the moon was formed, Karen? The moon? Wasn't it always there? Of course not. Once upon a time, a giant meteor clashed with the Earth. And poof! A massive chunk of the Earth got separated before becoming the moon. So, the land we're standing on was once connected to the moon up there. Haha, you got that right. There would be no moon without destruction. Isn't that something? So destruction itself isn't inherently a bad thing, you see. And it's not just the moon. A theory says that the universe was just a lifeless singularity before it exploded and created everything beautiful. So the greatest power of all is actually explosions. Haha. Oh, I see. Alright, on to the next question. Hold on, Grandpa, I'm not ready. Scientific discoveries always accompany uncertainties. Perhaps, like the development of zero-point energy, they will bring about endless disasters and create many necessary sacrifices like you. Karenina smiles, meeting Luna's gaze. Perhaps we aren't strong enough yet, and our best researchers are as naive as the children who wonder about the moon. But the knowledge we amass is not for nothing. One day, we will transform science's destructive power into a new hope. Luna cannot help but smile. This is the first time she feels human to Karenina. Unwilling to give up hope, you are as stubborn as my sister. Lucia and the others are still fighting on the surface. I'm not going to lose to them. The warrior's battle is coming to an end, but the engineer's fight is just about to start. Okay, 1906. Always in character. This is on the surface. Who can doubt that in times when the true history of my famous deeds come to light, the wise man who compiles them, when he begins to recount my first sally so early in the day, will write in this manner. No sooner had rubicund Apollo spread over the face of the wide and spacious earth the golden strands of his beauteous hair, no sooner had diminutive and bright-hued birds with dulcet tongues grated in sweet mellifluous harmony the advent of rosy dawn, who, forsaking the soft couch of her zealous consort, revealed herself to mortals through the doors and balconies of the Manchegan horizon. Then that famous night. Flipping the page, he finds the rest of the notebook blank. The rough pencil marks coming to an end. The fate of the notebook's owner is unknown, much like the rest of the story transcribed. Roland turns around and looks at the scorched earth behind him. Perhaps a group of hetero creatures, or some powerful corrupted swept across this crimson land, destroying everything but this small notebook. Finding a burnt tree trunk, Roland sits down and tears off a piece of blank paper from the book After some thought, he quietly places a small object above the paper before folding it. A girl walks out of the shadow, curious about how Roland keeps folding the paper in his hand. What are you doing? Roland smiles and gives the paper one final press before standing it up on a burnt branch in front of him. It is an origami rabbit. Can't you tell? It's a rabbit. Do you know what a rabbit is? Cinderella looks at the paper bunny and frowns. I know what it is, but is this a rabbit? I think I did a pretty good job. It's small and white with big eyes and long ears. Isn't it adorable? Adorable? How can a creature so weak be adorable? I don't understand why you made it. Roland stands up from his tree trunk and stretches. Maybe I was bored. Cinderella has no idea what the man before her is thinking, but she does not need to know. It was Meister's idea to keep him with them, and Meister is never wrong. Der Meister is looking for you. Come, he told me it's your reward. Roland's gaze shifts just a little bit, his expression remaining the same as if he is performing the role he has always been playing with ease, someone whose thought is inscrutable. Oh, well then, I should probably go and claim it quickly. Following Cinderella, Roland takes one last look at the origami rabbit on the branch before he departs this wasteland, and he retracts his mocking smile. I'm counting on you, Lady White Rabbit. I'm counting on you, Lady White Rabbit. I'm gonna try to do the best I can to match his English voice, cause well, they have English voice actors now, so I'll try to do what I can. But I'm myself with my own voice, so I'll be doing things in my own way as well. Der Meister, I brought him here. The man facing away from Cinderella is looking at the night sky, seemingly deep in thought. Hearing her, he nods and turns around. Hello, Mr. Vonnegut. It seems like you haven't forgotten our deal. Of course not. A fair exchange is key to any partnership. Your work has earned you your reward. Roland smiles and gives Vonnegut a gentleman's bow. Don't mention it. It was what I do best. Still, I can't help but wonder about the two monsters created by the Hetero Hive Mother. It took so much effort, but Babylonia's new weapon seems to have kept them at bay. That is arguably the best answer humans can come up with, given how desperate they are. After all, they do possess an ace up their sleeve. Vonnegut looks at Roland, awaiting his reaction. Huh, so they do have Luna with them. That'll explain why they didn't kill her. The secrets one can learn from an agent are too valuable. But they certainly haven't learned all of them, otherwise they wouldn't have created that imperfect construct. But the more they learn, the closer they are to their demise. Roland shrugs, unconcerned. He leans on a random tree that looks steady enough, asking the question he cares about most while pretending to be indifferent. So, our dearest Luna, where is she? Vonnegut seems to have expected Roland's question, and he has an answer prepared. Luna is kept by the humans. Well, Luna is kept by humans in a place we can see but cannot touch. What is that? A riddle? I wasn't expecting you to make it difficult for me. Wait a minute. Roland quickly realizes what Vonnegut said was not a riddle but a fact. A fact Roland sees every day but ignores. Roland looks to the sky. The moon shines, casting light on his face. The moon? Luna's on the moon? Pleased, Vonnegut nods and turns his gaze toward the moon as well. She is currently locked inside Babylonia's lunar base. It was once a research center for Babylonia's main engine. And now, people have restarted the zero-point reactor there, using it to create the Omega weapons that are lethal to the punishing virus. Roland rubs his chin and ponders. He glances to Cinderella on the side and smirks, having come up with an idea. I don't know how you found out about this information, and I have no way to prove it. If you say Luna was under the Mariana Trench, I wouldn't be able to go there either, is that right? Isn't that right? Mr. Maester won't lie to you. If he says she's on the moon, then Luna's on the moon. As for how you get there... Cinderella takes a look at Vonnegut and he nods in return. Voodoo, maybe you should explain. Right as he says that, a large shadow shrouds the three of them above their heads. The figure who eventually lands is the transcendent Voodoo. Loki found an abandoned city 20 kilometers to the east, where quite many Babylonian soldiers were gathering, after catching a soldier to investigate. Played with him until he spilled his secret, then blood. Voodoo's voice suddenly becomes metallic and sharp. There seems to be some form of personality breakdown due to the mind defect of a humanoid hybrid construct. There is an intact space shuttle underneath the ruins of that city. Those people are trying to board it to return to Babylonia. I believe that model is capable of traveling to the moon. I see. If we can get to this ship first, we can easily go for a joyride to the moon. Vonnegut turns back toward Roland. Roland cannot tell how Vonnegut feels underneath his mask. Luna is currently blocked by the Ascension Network. She has lost the power of an agent, but not her status as one. It is a most peculiar situation. Her survival has certainly given humans an opportunity to cheat, which would hinder the Ascension Network. That is why I want you to rescue Luna from the humans, and if she can't be saved... Vonnegut nods at Cinderella, signaling her to take out the prepared sealed case. Luna cannot be allowed to exist. Not her body, not her mind, not even the idea of her. Roland takes the case and opens it. Inside, he finds a container that is filled with crimson liquid, within which submerges a slice of constantly mutation pale flesh. This is the remaining stem cell of the heterohive mother who birthed the twins. It can grow infinitely by devouring all kinds of matter and energy. An unexpected byproduct, I'd say. It's not very intelligent, but it can tell friends from foes who uncontrolled. That's good enough. You want me to use this thing to remove Luna? You're correct, when you believe you cannot save her, or... Vonnegut's golden pupils stare straight at Roland as he stresses his remaining words. When you believe Luna as an agent is no longer worth saving. Roland chuckles, putting the container back inside before holding the case. When do I leave then? Roland asks Vonnegut, pretending to sound casual, but he is surprised to find Voodoo answering him. Not I, we. The white origami rabbit stands out in its charred surroundings. A hand gently lifts and carefully unfolds it, revealing the microscopic vessel of an encrypted message inside the paper. Oh, Alpha. So he's been messaging Alpha secretly. The message is quickly read through. The vessel is then gently crushed by the hand, becoming one with the ashes on the ground. She glances in the direction where the somewhat fresh footprints disappear before making her way east in haste. Meanwhile, the unfolded origami is placed back on the branch, its form once again a rabbit. But perhaps the folds will never look as they once were. Okay, 1907. See you later, or not. Knock knock. Someone is knocking on the door to the bedroom in the dead of night, albeit very gently, as if trying not to startle the people inside the room. Not getting any response, a girl with black hair pokes her head from behind the door. Lucia? Not expecting to get discovered, the girl looks at her mother, her large eyes blinking. Did I wake you, Mom? Lucia's mother simply smiles and waves at her. Come on in. Look at you all sneaky, like you're about to steal some snacks. Embarrassed, Lucia walks in with a picture book in her hands. Do you want a bedtime story? Come on then. Lucia nods eagerly before quickly walking toward her mother, only to stop halfway through. What's wrong? My Lucia is getting shy. Lucia shakes her head and points at her mother's growing belly. Her mother is pregnant. That said, the baby inside you is very fragile. I don't want to get too close. That's alright. Maybe the baby wants a story too. Really? Lucia smiles again, carefully approaching her mother and handing her the book. Seeing how funny Lucia looks, being both scared and curious, Lucia's mother grasps her daughter's hand and places it on her belly. The gentle movement inside her mother can be felt with her hand. For the first time, the young Lucia truly feels the existence of life. Mom, something's moving. It's moving. Her mother smiles, holding out the picture book before frowning. Ah, the story with the moon and the rabbits again. Haven't you heard it enough times from your dad already? But the baby hasn't heard it before. Lucia's mother pats Lucia on her head, recalling how Lucia was once a fragile life inside her not too long ago. Now here her daughter is, starting a life of her own in this world. You really like the story, don't you? How about we name the baby Luna, like the moon, if the baby is a girl? Does the moon have a name too? It does. People always name the things that are important to them. Do you like that name, Lucia? Luna. Lucia recites the name silently over and over again. You're going to be a sister, whether the baby's a girl or boy. You have to protect them and be their role model, okay? You have to walk on the right path and be a good person. Lucia nods solemnly, accepting her duty and her title as a sister, even if she does not completely understand her mother's words. Luna, stay here. I'll protect you. I'll never leave you, no matter what you've become. I'll still stand with the Commandant and Grey Raven. I will find the answer I'm looking for, so, Luna. Luna slowly opens her eyes. She thinks she just had a dream, but she does not remember what it was about. It has been a very long time since she last dreamt. Now awake, she finds herself still inside the dimly lit laboratory. As her memories return, she remembers that she is but a walking dead, imprisoned on the moon. Someone is moving. She has gotten used to the many technicians being around her and doing all kinds of tests and experiments, but there is only one person today. Hey there. Finding Luna waking up, Karenina gradually... Oh, thanks for the follow, Orochi. Hey yo, and thanks for the raid too. I didn't notice. Oh, raiding, yeah. Thanks for the raid. How you doing? Was your stream well? I'm pretty sure it probably was. I don't know what you were up to, but thanks for joining in. Right now we're doing up the story, catching up on the story, as we have the chapter. But yeah, thanks for joining in. We appreciate ya. Anyways, back to this. She's going through the power nodes of the Mega weapon one by one, inspecting them and taking out the specialized parts from within, replacing them with regular components. Noticing Luna's gaze, Karenina shakes the tools in her hands. I'm swapping them with regular parts, so the Chrono people can still repair the Omega weapon even when they don't know how it works. Won't affect its structure and power though, so don't even think about escaping. I'm going to try to conceal as much of the Omega weapon's technology and data as possible in case Chrono people find out about them in the future. Not that I think this can keep them away for long. And I thought you were working together. It is a human nature to be mistrustful, I suppose. Even trusting those madmen once is too much for me. I don't want anything to do with them in the future. Karenina hesitates for a second before deciding to continue. The fight on the surface is over now, and my job here is done. I'll be back on Babylonia tomorrow. Luna takes a look at Karenina, seemingly unsurprised. She has guessed so from what Karenina said. Is that so? Given how relaxed you look, I reckon the humans have survived another calamity. They have indeed. Sorry to disappoint you. The new specialized frame we built with the information we got from you made it in time. Liv tore through the battlefield with a ray of light, saving everyone on the surface. Karenina bites her lips without realizing it, chuckling wryly. Still, it was a Pyrrhic victory. More people are killed by the hetero creatures and more homes flooded by the red tide. Regardless, we have kept the spark to fight back at the very least. The power that was created, that science created, has saved everyone for once. The task force took the largest hit, but everyone has survived, even the Grey Ravens who were the most injured. Grey Raven. That is the team that Lucia, her other sister in Babylonia, and the commandant who dragged her from the polyphage belonged to. Lucia is still alive, and she saved a lot of people. Luna knows more than anyone how weak humans are, so she is even more surprised to witness their strength time and time again. Even after all the despair she has been through, Lucia is still fighting for hope. Of course she is. Karenina fixes the last component before stretching her arms. Lucia is strong. I know it better than most as her true rival. As long as someone believes in her, she will stand and defy any kind of fate. I'm impressed by her, but I also want to surpass and defeat her. Perhaps I couldn't do it before, but much like humanity's battle with the punishing virus, no one loses forever. Ungrounded confidence and unfounded convictions, Luna would have easily torn apart Karenina's fantasy with the calculations she got from the assnut. But Luna is just an empty shell of conflicts now. She has no direction, no beliefs, and no future, and yet she still has a yearning. Had the girl named Luna not been born into this world, Lucia would not have gotten hurt protecting her sister. She would have had a different future. Karenina watches Luna silently and speaks softly as if she had read Luna's thoughts. Information regarding agents is highly classified, whether in Corona or Babylonia. Their existence will never be known, I suppose. Excuse me. No one will know what has happened here, not even Lucia. I see. I don't think the name Lucia needs to exist anywhere anymore. Or Luna, rather. I don't think the name Luna needs to exist anywhere anymore. Luna smiles gently without realizing it, as if what she just said was the best news she could have hoped for. I don't think I'll see you again, but still, see ya. Johnny. The laboratory returns to silence after Karenina is gone. Luna closes her eyes once again. Perhaps time would pass more quickly in her dreams. Perhaps time would pass more quickly in her dreams, thought the undying agent. Lucia. Okay. 1908. Ceaseless Maniac. Rolling Time. Mr. Clown. Hey, are you sure this is the way? And why aren't you flying me there if you have wings? Roland slows down and sighs, complaining intentionally. He has to figure out a way to stall and get rid of the woman before him. Fine by me, as long as you're not worried about falling from the sky and turning into a piece of junk. Come on, I'm your comrade, am I not? Is this how you treat your comrades? How concerning. Boy, you're not one of us. You stay around Meister because of your own agenda. We've never considered you as our comrade. Why do you insist on finding that agent? She has lost all her power. She should be worth nothing to you. Roland is insane, but he's a fun kind of insane. Roland smiles. From Voodoo's inept probing, he is sure that this woman is here to keep an eye on him instead of accompanying him. Her acting still has a long way to go. Luna has lost her power, but not her status as an agent, which means Asnat hasn't completely rejected her. If I can find her, perhaps I can find a way to obtain that status from her. And there it is. The perfect lie is always an ounce of falsehood enshrouded in truth. Now he just needs to find out if Voodoo will be convinced. You, madness, more so than us. Isn't now? At least I think it's a decent goal to aim for. Otherwise, what fun is there to stay alive? Voodoo suddenly stops, and Roland also pauses. Did she find out? No. We're here. It's underneath this ruin. Roland observes his surroundings quietly. Nothing is out of the ordinary. That said, there were plenty of opportunities on their way here for Voodoo to strike, had she wanted. Finally! What a terrible journey that has been. We would have been here sooner had you not been complaining. Roland shrugs dramatically before following Voodoo into the ruins. Okay, Mr. Clown time. Base has been breached, everybody on guard. Attempting to identify the invader. An ascendant! Well. How are you all doing this fine afternoon? Look, what a boring cliche. Ascendants come to unleash destruction. What are you expecting? A birthday card? Unfortunately, this is not the climax. At best, there. Went too fast. Huh? Someone's down already? I didn't even open fire. Is the theater crew out of funds? Looks like a party up ahead. Why didn't I get invited? Is this Voodoo's work or someone else? Halt! Don't come any closer, Ascendant. Taking your dog for a walk, I see. Yep, that's how. Okay. Feels like we've been surrounded. Everyone, take care of the man in front first. Think I can be so easily trifled with? That won't do. How can a knight tolerate being underestimated? Looks like all the performers are finally here. In this case, I need a bigger sweat as well. Ow. Wow, she literally just threw her thing at me. How dare you? Looks like I underestimated you. It's hard for an actor to get excited about such a boring play. Wave after wave. Don't let the Ascendant get to the ship. We need to stop him at all costs. Such pedestrian battles, only serving to put the audience to sleep in their seats. I think I broke a little sweat. It's just a prologue, but it feels so long-winded. Okay, and here we are. Who do we got? Alpha and Voodoo. Huh. Oh, thanks for the follow, Orochi. Appreciate it. Huh, what a truly unexpected guest. What brought you here, Alpha? Looks like you are getting along with your new comrade, Roland. About time you showed up, Roland. Our plan's up. That woman's been following. I'd advise you not to act rashly, Roland. Once she's taken care of, you're next. Okay. Story time again. You're dead, you're dead, you're dead! I'll eat your pretty face. I'll write my name on your body with your vital fluid. Voodoo accelerates and climbs before retracting her wings midair, dashing toward Alpha. Right as she is about to hit the ground, her form shifts, and she extends her claws like a wolf, striking Alpha with her slashes. Mad dogs should die in ditches. Alpha's katana blocks Voodoo's claws from the left while her right foot charges, ready to send Voodoo flying in the next moment. Haha, die! The blade on Voodoo's tail has circled around Alpha without her noticing it, waiting for its chance to pierce her heart. The blade collides with metal, making a loud clash. Voodoo has killed many constructs this way. There is no way this will. Before Voodoo can see Alpha's vital fluid burst out of her chest, Alpha's foot connects with Voodoo's body, almost shattering everything underneath Voodoo's relatively fragile shell. How? Right before she is sent flying away, Voodoo finally captures a glimpse of Alpha's move. Alpha's mount blade has used her sheath to block Voodoo's strike from behind. It turns out Voodoo's actions have never escaped Alpha's eyes. Had Voodoo not transformed back into a winged form in time to slow herself, she would have passed out from the force of the impact. Right as Alpha is about to go after Voodoo, a long metal chain catches her arm. Roland. Sorry, Alpha, I can't let you mess it up right now. Roland tries to fling Alpha off the platform with his chain blade, but she grabs a hold of the chain and pulls him to her instead. In the split second the two meet, Alpha quickly whispers something into Roland's ear and stuffs something into his hand before grabbing his collars and tossing him toward Voodoo. Get out of my way, I won't let you hurt Luna. Roland slams into the ground, or so it seems. In fact, he is not injured at all. Roland, take the stem cell and start the ship. You must complete Maester's task. Voodoo stands between him and Alpha, not realizing that Roland has always been focusing on something else. Oh, what about you? She damaged my frame. Maester built me this frame. I'll kill her. I'll kill her. Alright, gotcha. I'll be on my way then. Good luck. Roland leaps backward, giving Alpha a casual smile at the last second. Voodoo coughs out the vital fluid from her stomach and growls like an animal, her claws scraping over the floor, sending sparks flying. In the blink of an eye, she is no longer where she was, leaving behind just a blur. Facing an enemy with incredible speed, Alpha chooses to stand still. She sheathes her katana slowly and as her body shifts, lowering her center of gravity. As Voodoo accelerates, the sound of her movement causes quiets down instead. The air does not have time to be disrupted before it splits apart by her speed. Silence remains between the two opponents. Alpha is certain that when the sound of her blade springing from her sheath breaks the silence, a brief flash of a blade and wind will decide the fate of their fight. That it will. And he's good job on Roland, playing Voodoo like a fiddle. Ron could obviously probably suspect something, but Voodoo clearly doesn't. At least only partially. Overall, they still got what they wanted. All her equipment is packed, the zero-point reactor has restarted, the Omega weapons are entering production, the duty of the engineering force is complete, and it is time for Karenina and her team to leave the moon. Karenina takes a look at her workplace of the last month one last time. From an unknown site to the familiar space it is now, this place has been nothing but memorable. What's wrong? Are you going to miss this place? What about requesting a transfer? I know that guy at the union who can pull some strings. You idiot, that's not it. Karenina simply cannot fathom how the scientists from the Golden Age managed to design and build this zero-point reactor from scratch. Even after all these years, this machine that carries humanity's dreams and hope is still equally moving. It might be a sentiment only engineers and makers hold. One day we will invent something even more impressive than zero-point energy. It's not even nighttime and you're already dreaming. Before she knows it, Teddy also turns her gaze toward the zero-point reactor Karenina is staring at and reveals an unmistakable smile. But I suppose something like the zero-point reactor can only be designed by those who can't tell dreams from reality. Indeed, those past scientists are amazing, aren't they? A new voice suddenly appears beside them, startling both Teddy and Karenina. Dude, no one knew you were here. That happens a lot. Yarha coughs, hoping to lessen his embarrassment, but it does not work. Actually, Kurono sent me to see you off, and make sure you haven't taken something you shouldn't take, or left behind something you shouldn't leave behind. How tactfully praised. This is the end of their partnership. No one can tell if they will become sworn enemies the next second. It wasn't up to me. Collins and the others returned to Babylonia after the new specialized frame was completed. I'm the only one left, so I have to play the bad guy. As you can tell, our captain has nothing left behind but a few words of bullshit. Haven't you guys been monitoring us anyways? Well, we have. At that moment, a Corona researcher appears and hands Yaha a report. The power of the reactor is decreasing. He suddenly notices Karenina and the rest of the engineering force standing nearby, and he turns to look at Yaha. Don't worry, it's going to take a few hours for the transport crafts to arrive. We can still be partners before that, right? Yaha looks at Karenina and Teddy with such hopefulness in his eyes that it honestly feels hard to reject him. Sorry, I'm exhausted, but I know a zero-point energy enthusiast who wouldn't mind helping. Teddy pushes Karenina forward while leaning in the corner, refusing to move. Screw you! Don't make things up about me. But if there really is something wrong with the reactor, it's going to impact the production of the Omega weapon. I should go take a look. I know you'll help, Karenina. Teddy waves goodbye gleefully as Karenina leaves with Yaha, but she has an odd feeling for some reason. I can't shake the feeling that something bad is about to happen. Okay. Advance to the reactor terminal. Stop! Don't arbitrarily change the parameters of the device without approval. Get out of my way. According to the schedule, you no longer have permission to access the reactor. If you know what's best for you, leave here as soon as possible. There's a power issue with the zero-point reactor. If I don't fix it in time, are you willing to receive the consequences? The most important thing right now is to restore the reactor. If you have any objections, go to find Yaha. Engineering force grunt. Don't get all high and mighty on me. Loading. You Kurano just make things worse. Weapons down and hands up. Step away from the control panel. You aren't authorized to be here. You don't want to violate our agreement, do you? Who has time for authorization at a time like this? Our agreement clearly states that in an emergency, I have the right to conduct temporary inspections of the zero-point reactor. If you're looking for a fight, I'm not the one to be messed with, but at least give me a chance to test out my frame and get a load of this. Tripping the reactor. Something's wrong with the data. It's deviated too far from the presets. I'll be in a lot of trouble if there's a critical issue. There's no need. No, I need to check the reactor core again. Karenina, stop what you're doing immediately. Keep resisting and we'll shoot you on the spot. Damn it, enough with the Kurano scare tactics. The zero-point reactor is humanity's hope. I won't let it be destroyed. Just try and stop me. Ow. Next area. No response. Was it Kurano? I need to check. Oh. And corrupted construct. What's going on? Punishing virus shouldn't be here. Expanded, defeat the corrupted. Yep. And now 1910. Captain Clown. Mr. Clown indeed. An enormous metallic object bursts through the dark clouds, ascending at incredible speed. On its shell is a symbol that proclaims it is a spaceship from Babylonia. But there are no sailors manning this ship at the moment. A lone posturing captain stands on its bow, confronting the hostile wind until his ship escapes the chains of gravity. I wasn't expecting to actually start the ship on my own. I guess the piloting skills I learned for my character back then haven't been completely forgotten. Was that the Venetian, or was it the Dragonfly? It's been too long. My memories aren't as reliable as they were. Roland keeps trying to remember, yet all he can recall is that he was not picked as the main character. He might have been... he might have been a talented child actor, but he never could become the lead. Maybe he still cannot be. No one considers him someone worth paying attention to, but why should he care? Even without a script or rehearsals, the moment an actor steps onto the stage, he must embody his role. If I'm playing the brave knight, saving the damsel in distress today, I suppose this spaceship can be my steed. Not too shabby, I say. Roland takes out the container in his arms and holds it up, watching how the flesh preserved in the liquid keeps shifting its form. Unfortunately, they've cast me in a horror story instead of a fairy tale today. I'm the snake that feeds the princess her poisoned apple. No matter what genre we're doing now is the story beats when someone comes and stops me, isn't it? As if responding to Roland's words, the hull of the spaceship shakes violently, and alarms of its defense system going off in every corner of the ship. Alright. It's more like it. Emergency liftoff. The sudden appearance of monstrous creatures. A side character left all alone. There's nothing better than the plot of a solid B-movie. Who knows where Roland was hiding his chain blade and shotgun? He draws his weapons and prepares his stance, ready to face the rapidly descending hetero creatures. That said, I don't think we're sticking to the plot regarding who lives and dies in this story. Whee! I don't even have time to enjoy this monologue.
真の叫びをもっと聞かせてよ。
Don't you know that way it is? Got caught in the middle of the yawn there. Interesting. Quite a bit of punishing. Rising up. What a mess. However, this is time for a good skip. Time for this secret weapon to take stage. It seems to be reacting to how it's beating on one's skins. This should be an interesting show. Oh. Big. Come one, come all. Oh, that's how. Yep. I see when they turn red. Okay. Yep.
もっと聞かせてよ。今だ、クライマックス。
You can do it, buddy. I hope your appetite is something, something, something. Oh, battle. Looks like the same year after. Surprise, Veronica departed. Next, I'm welcome the little priestess with peace of mind. Wow, that just goes on rapid fire. Oof. It's hard to really keep it in all that same time. Soon, all the remains of the hero creatures are completely devoured by the monster in the container without leaving a trace of punishing virus behind. That was thorough. Roland juggles the container in his hand. The flesh inside does not look any different, even after devouring all the hetero creatures. Were they not enough for you? The remaining hetero creatures have stopped pursuing. Their flight capabilities seemingly reached their limits, but their behavior suggests that they are actually afraid of the more capable monster in Roland's hand. Not only do they look like living organisms, but they're also even prioritizing survival, aren't they? It is a creature's instincts to fear death and aim to survive, but the more humanity's rationality develops, the more humans can control their primal instincts. That is why everyone's looking for a reason to live. He once believed that life and death are just that. If there can be no definite answers, simply dying is enough to be a beautiful curtain call for him. The ship begins to accelerate after disposing of the hetero creatures. Roland looks up at the moon in the distance. Will my answer be there? Staying with the girl with white hair is his reason to live, or so he has presumptuously decided. As long as she chooses to keep going, he will do anything to help her without a second thought. But if even she, as an agent, has lost her reasons to live, is Luna worth saving? That is the question Vonnegut has left him. Roland takes out what Alpha gave him, a storage device as thin and light as a crypt. It will crumble into dust with the gentlest force. He had a brother too, but that yearning was man-made. Not even his wits could tell if his feelings were genuine. Up until the last moment, he could not forget this character that only existed in the script. Roland retracts his self-deprecating smile, sitting right there on the bow. In his left hand is a storage device from Alpha. In his right hand is the container with the stem cell from Vonnegut. But no matter what we do, we are just side characters. Luna, only you can save yourself. Will it be death, or will it be life? Okay, 1911. Mortal Belief. Flying on the floor, Yaha draws his pistol and keeps shooting the corrupted before him, finally taking it down before it can reach him. What the hell? I'm not exactly a bad shot. Before he can feel too good about himself, a gush of wind erupts above him. A giant metal hammer sweeps 5 centimeters above his head, hitting the corrupted that sneaked up behind him, sending it flying. Oh, you hurt, Yaha? I didn't think you had it in you. You have it in you. I'm fine. I used to be a soldier after all. What he did not say was that Karenina swing your hammer is way more dangerous than the corrupted. There are no serums in this place. It's going to be very bad if you get infected. Before she can finish, the invert devices on her head suddenly stand alerting her of an incoming corrupted. The claws of the corrupted are no match for Karenina's hammer, and it is quickly hurled away by her swing. The highly sensitive invert devices were created to detect the slightest hint of punishing virus that could appear when they activate the 0-point engine. Now they come in extremely handy. Ah, so that's the little ears. Those are her invert device on this frame. Still, what Karenina has done is only a drop in the bucket. More corrupted are gathering here, and Karenina can only watch, unable to attack in full force with all the delicate machines in the room. Hey, Teddy, can you hear me? Karenina's comms terminal has been scrambled all this time for some reason. Such a serious interference has never happened before.
That's Siri.
I hear you, I hear you. I have my headphones. You almost ruptured my eardrums. Hold on, why are there gunshots in the lab? Listen, there are a lot of corrupted here. I don't know how, but their number is increasing. Many models used to develop the new specialized frame have been infected, and they've turned into corrupted. Are you sure you're not dreaming? This is the moon. Where's the punishing virus coming from? How the hell would I know? Stop interrupting me and get here, ASAP. I need the people to move the wounded and stop the corrupted from spreading. Karenina kicks a fallen Corona soldier away from corrupted attack before hammering the corrupted into the laboratory's wall with a backhand. People are hurt? Are people infected? Ugh, no, not yet. Just the Corona people getting knocked out for now. Karenina refrains from telling Teddy that the Corona soldiers were knocked out by her, otherwise there will be a lot of questions and paperwork. Wait, what about you? I'm going to investigate where the virus is coming from. Such a large-scale infection can't happen out of nowhere. The disaster that destroyed the world is on everyone's mind. Could it be the zero-point reactor? But our inspection confirmed that there wasn't any punching virus in the vacuum chamber when we started the reactor. Then there are only two possibilities. Either the source of the disaster had nothing to do with zero-point reactors, or someone from Corona tampered with their inspection. Although Yaha does not seem to be in the know, but what about the others? That's why I'm going to investigate what exactly caused a punishing virus infection. Karenina's invid device standing upright above her head, detecting the punishing virus in the air. As expected, the high concentration is detected further inside the reactor. Hey, are you going in alone? At least wait for us. The static-filled comms suddenly terminate. Karenina sighs before throwing her comms to Yaha, who has just stood back up. You heard it. Teddy and the others are coming to cover your retreat. You're going to investigate the reactor, aren't you, Karenina? Then you should take this. Taking the comms from Karenina, Yaha gives her a card as if giving her a return gift. The icon of Norman Mining Corps is printed on the card. I might be the research director name only, but it still comes with the corresponding clearance. You should be able to make use of it. Are you sure? If this is all part of Kurono's scheme, then helping Karenina will certainly make Yaha a traitor to Kurono, seeing that he is one of them. This is an emergency. We do what we must, no matter the cost. You're the only one who can stop this now, Karenina. Karenina nods, and she ventures deeper into the reactor. Find the source of the corruption, ASAP. Advance to the next area. System Protocol 343 in effect. Please wait for the engineers to report the problem. Fuck, I'm an engineer. It's going to take more than just 1 hour to break it. Okay, activating Minos Carbon Gravity System. System activated. Improve security members. Let's review the operation instructions. Try to give me a brief. Optimize you through deployment, generating system demonstration, use artificial gravity, optimize spacing through deployment operation. Maintain the cabin. Each cabin has a unique movement indicator. Current indicator represents artificial gravity. Light indicates upon activation. Never to adjust the cabin position. Complete. You can enter the cabin. Okay. This is the end of the demonstration. Okay, let's operate it. Okay, deploying cabins. Transfer cabin 3 authentication. Anomaly detected in cabin. Subtract malfunction. Module misaligned. There we go.
Whee. Yep. Cabin 3 authentication activated. Now I guess we gotta proceed to the next cabin. Okay. Okay, cabin 1. Going. Yeah, I totally agree. People really do need to stop sleeping on the game. It's so fun. Oh, what's this? Power source activated. Okay, and that's cleared.
おい気をつけろ。やーどこ見てんだよ。全部消え失せろ。
Thunk. Okay, let's see, what's next? 2 and 4, probably. Right? Nope. Okay, operate. I think I gotta put 3 back in. Yeah, cause they said something about the gravity thingy. Nope, nothing here. Where am I supposed to take this? Oh, over here, probably. Okay, activation power source. This one? Oh, there we go. Okay, good. Gravity activated. Okay, operate, and that should let us go to the next 2. Yep. 4, and then 2. I'll be going to that, gladly. And back out we go. Let's deliver this to this side. Now we're able to get the last spot. There we go. Easy peasy. Captain cabin. Another one of these. Perfect piece of cake. And this one. And yoink this. And there we go. Authentication activated. Now let's go back to the reactor thingy and do the next part. Okay, operates. That. There. Map is over, time to deal with the real hassle. Over there, the core of the 0-point reactor is right ahead. The punishing virus concentration keeps rising as Karenina moves forward. The mind boiler alert from her frame constantly reminds her that the specially designed invert device has reached its limit without connecting to a commandant. But the increasing concentration only proves that she has come to the right place. Get the hell off! Karenina catches the last corrupted with a blast hammer and hurls it onto the path toward the reactor core, knocking down another batch of swarming corrupted. She then leaps forward under the moon's low gravity, throwing herself along with her hammer like a bomb toward the opening she just created. Activating gravity control system. The built-in gravity control system exerts enormous pressure on Karenina's body, with her feet almost drilling into the ground to neutralize the impact. All the corrupted around her are slammed onto the floor, their limbs twisting in strange directions. Blast hammer, transform. Karenina's weapon transforms and eventually turns into a gravity cannon. It begins to make a high-pitched hum, a sign that gravitons are gathering near the muzzle. Now die! When launched, the compressed gravitons cause the nearby space to collapse. The gravity storm reduces everything around to pieces. The explosion has caused the entire tunnel to collapse, blocking away the relentless punishing virus and the corrupted. Cough. Using the dust from the explosions as cover, Karenina rushes into the place where the reactor core is located. The array of reactors emits a blue glow, paying tribute to humanity's glorious history, like a giant gravestone. But traces of ominous red can be seen among the ghostly blue hue. The punishing virus. I knew it, the reactor core has the highest concentration. Karenina sees a figure wearing an outfit of the researcher behind an array. She quickly runs over. Hey, are you alright? She taps on his shoulder only to find his body collapsing into dust. It was but a corpse that was dead long ago. There is no bacteria or insect on the moon. The decay of the body can only be attributed to the virus. A large pile of paper, full of formulae and data, drops from the body's arms. Karenina carefully picks up a page, not expecting to see a familiar signature on it. Dr. Kalon. Why is Grandpa's name here? A thin device that was stuck between the paper falls out and flies quite far away. Karenina goes after it almost instinctively and grabs it. It is an old-fashioned cassette recorder that few have ever heard of, even in the Golden Age. It wouldn't even be considered a rare antique. A few corrupted that were hiding behind the array suddenly crawl up toward Karenina. With the array of reactors around, Karenina cannot fully deploy her weapon. She can only kick the nearest corrupted away. Why are corrupted here as well? Karenina suddenly notices that even with how deformed these corrupted look, they are all clearly constructs. While these construct models are not too different visually, there is one thing that distinguishes them from the others. None of these constructs was manufactured recently. In fact, almost all of them are prototypes that never go through mass production.
The 0-point reactor is like a time capsule that wraps the dead researchers and outdated prototypes in the past, along with the name of a genius. But as the reactor is activated again, time begins to flow, unveiling the secret within. What's the success rate of the construct experiment now? Count to simulate his data as well. Dr. Callan's rubbing between his eyebrows. He hasn't had a proper rest for a long time. 18.7%, that's already 14% higher than last run. Don't try to make me feel better. Not even 20%. That means barely 1 out of 5 can survive the operation. That's the necessary sacrifice. Dr. Callan bit his lips hard. We could hardly imagine the pain he was suffering from those numbers. The failed cases could mostly be attributed to the part called the Inver device, which was supposed to help constructs withstand a certain level of punishing virus without turning into corrupted. Dr. Callan seemed to have made up his mind. Trembling, he got up on his feet and walked to the center of the lab. Doctor? Everybody, stop doing what you're doing. I have something very important to announce. Until now, we still don't understand how the Inver device works, let alone get it ready for production. This will only get more people killed on the operating table and the battlefield. The science we're so proud of is killing people now. Still, I firmly believe in the necessity of constructs in the war against the punishing virus. We have to get it done no matter what. Dr. Callan sounded like a lecturer announcing the homework to his students. His voice wasn't loud, but everyone in the room was listening carefully. Our understanding of the Inver device is limited to the very few words left by that genius mind. The virus has infected numerous research facilities. Most information was lost in the pandemic. We were hoping that we could also learn the theory and structure of how the Inver device. We were hoping that we could also learn the theory and structure of the Inver device from scratch, but reality proved us wrong. The most we could do was to replicate its structure. The technology within is still a black box to us. Dr. Callan circled the receptor-shaped Inver device on his whiteboard, then drew another arrow pointing to a name, Punishing Virus. Most importantly, this device would only work after we inject it with a certain dosage of Punishing Virus. Our hypothesis is the virus acts like some sort of antigen, and we have no clue how it works or how much dosage we should use. Many Inver devices cause serious Punishing Virus infection after they were installed, turning their hosts into corrupted, forcing us to terminate them. We could easily get the virus on the ground, but it is extremely risky, and there are no facilities to use down there. Up here in Babylonia, there is no way we would be allowed to conduct any punishing-related experiment, so no access to the virus here either. Are you implying there's nothing we can do? Dr. Callan shook his head. He drew an upward dotted line on the whiteboard which linked to a small circle above. There's one last place we can use, the 0-point energy base on the moon. Many of my colleagues immediately began to question his decision. Looking back now, it was indeed an extremely difficult choice. But there's no punishing virus on the moon, Doctor. I know, but we can make it. His words shocked almost everyone. Was he trying to activate the 0-point reactor and recreate that tragedy? Of course, we will use extreme caution and closely monitor the usage rate of the reactor core. If all goes well, we should be able to produce an infinitesimal amount of viruses to study. But this theory was obviously too risky. Even the doctor himself had never tried it. There's no way that Babylonia would agree. Right, that's why this time we are working with an external organization unaffiliated with the Babylonia Parliament. Only they can support our research. We'll be in close contact with the punishing virus, so there will be no machine to aid us. We can only rely on paper, pen, and brain. We are mere mortals, but if there isn't a smart way to do it, we will use the stupidest one, calculating and testing again and again through trial and error until we find the answer. In this experiment, we need to run an infinite number of calculations, but we can't afford to make even the tiniest mistake. Any mistake will get us killed. And even if we have prepared vigorously, there is still too much we don't know about the punishing virus. In other words, our lives could end at any time. There's nothing more valuable than your life. I want you to take your time to consider. As Dr. Callan finished his speech, he wrote his name inside the circle that represented the moon. He then stepped back, awaiting us to make our decisions. Moments later, another researcher that often held different opinions from Dr. Callan walked up the stage. Instead of writing down his name, he picked up the eraser and wiped off the circle outside Dr. Callan's name. Hey, what are you doing? The old man's circle is way too small. There's no way it can fit that many names, am I right? He picked up a pen and drew another enormous circle around the name, so large that it seemed like it could fit the entire world. The lab burst into laughter when he wrote down his name. More researchers took the pen from him and left their names inside that circle. When the pen was finally passed to me, I also put my name on the board. I saw relief and guilt on Dr. Callan's face. His students had not only inherited his knowledge, but also his faith. Still, he felt guilty, because most of us might not ever leave the distant moon again. I see. Yep, 1912, Story of the Future. Great! The success of the new specialized frame just gave us a more proper excuse to win more influence in the parliament. Proper doesn't just sound right when it comes from you. You really have wronged me, you know? I never like to break the rules. It's just that sometimes the cost of breaking the rules is too low. Knowing she will never win the arguments with this man, Rebecca diverts her attention to the other two in the meeting room. List. The executive meeting of the world government will commence in half an hour. You will be participating as a councilman from the diplomat court. Have you got the topic ready? List nods and hands over the document to Collins. It was ready long ago. We also managed to invite the CEO of Norman Mining Corp to join the parliament as a citizen representative. Rebecca casts a glance at the man brought by List, only to be made speechless by his fancy, inappropriate clothing and accessories. When he notices Rebecca, he even throws her a wink. If we can nail the timing, this meeting would be a good opportunity for us to bring up the research on the Ascendants. I'm sure they will understand me when they see the new possibility of human evolution. Collins flips through the outline and snaps his fingers at Rebecca. Collins and I will prepare the files about Ascendant research. I'll leave the parliament to you, List. Don't forget me, Miss Rebecca. I'll do my best too. I'll leave it to both of you then. Hold on, Liz. I may be getting too old, but can you elaborate what the heck this abstract outline of yours is all about? Collins suddenly speaks behind Rebecca. Unlike most of the time, his voice is filled with threat and anger. I'll suggest in the meeting that we install the restarted zero-point reactor and engine on Babylonia so it can fulfill its role as an interstellar colony ship and take humans away from the Earth. Before Liz can finish, Collins slams the outline toward him. Liz lets the paper hit his face without dodging. Are you going to betray me? Collins knows the value of this proposal too well. It would be highly convincing and feasible if it is ever brought up in the meeting. With a poker face, Liz picks up the papers on the floor and reorganizes them. You hold a higher position than me in Corona, but technically speaking, I am not your subordinate. My job is to assist you, not take orders from you, so I don't think this is a betrayal. Your obsession with the Ascendants has exceeded the organization's budget on a single project. The research on Ascendants will be indefinitely postponed until the risks are re-evaluated. Collins grabs List by his collar and presses him against the wall. When did you start planning all this? Don't be stingy with your bait if you want to catch a big fish. For my purpose, I would not hesitate to make myself part of the bait with you. No matter what, I must protect Babylonia and choose the best path for humanity. Collins stares at List. For the first time, he realizes this calm, unemotional man is just another maniac like himself. The punishing virus concentration keeps rising as more corrupted have gathered. Shit, can't waste more time with them here. I must lead them outside. Ah. But first, I need to survive. The nearest corrupted raises its arm and pounces at Karenina, but suddenly gets frozen in the air. Karenina is alerted by the corrupted's strange actions. She jumps back and holds up her weapon. But the corrupted never attacks, or cannot attack to be precise. It is held up in the air for a few seconds, then suddenly gets slammed into the wall of the reactor room, leaving a crack in the wall. Shocked, Karenina looks at the ground under her feet and sees a ripple-like effect on it, but she knows it isn't an illusion, nor is it the ground really turning soft. The gravitational waves have distorted the light nearby. The corrupted touched by the gravitational waves are either slammed into the ground or launched upward into space. Some are even torn apart midair by opposing gravitational forces. Karenina immediately leaps back, trying to get out of the impacted area. The pencil in her chest accidentally falls out. The moment it touches the gravitational waves, it is shredded into wood dust in a split second. The 0-point engine. Karenina can only think of one possible explanation. At least one control center linking to the reactor. Array has been infected by the punching virus, pumping more than the required energy into the 0-point engine and causing an out-of-control gravitational impact. If the 0-point energy continues to run like this, the punishing virus will be the last thing I need to worry about. The entire lunar base could be destroyed. The 0-point reactor itself has been reinforced and buried deep underground. Everything around it would probably be wiped out. After all, this miraculous engine is capable of sending the entire Babylonia across space. This must be stopped. This must be stopped. We prepared for the worst, but the situation still deteriorated faster than everyone could anticipate. We tried our best to stop the Corona researchers, but they still decided to put the Inver device into mass production without fully testing its reliability. How ironic, the guns they pointed at us never worked. Bullets were not any scarier than the punishing virus. There were only 5 of us left in the lab long before that. Without machines, we had to stay close to the punishing virus. A lot of people were infected multiple times as they were exposed to the punishing virus for a prolonged period. Even Dr. Callan had his brain infected. Many more died in agony long ago due to the severe decay in their bodies. Our broken bodies were not the reason why we still did not give up. The guns that pointed at us were not scarier than the punishing virus itself. Oh yeah, the blast hammer is very cool. Sorry, but I must bring back hope to the Earth even after I have to take it force. There's no time to waste. Hundreds or thousands may die from the construct operation, but that's still far better than the total defeat of humankind. I call it a necessary sacrifice. The most disgusting guy in Corona forced us to assist him with the mass production of the Inver device. We both knew the risk involved, but this beast named Hope still seized us by the throat. After Corona received the first batch of Inver device, we finally made an Inver device that could run stably. But it was all too late, whether to those who died on the operating table or to us. Everything we've ever feared eventually happened. The production was extremely rushed and we inevitably had to rely on some machines. Even the most cutting-edge equipment could not detect the traces of the virus leak, which contaminated the machines and spread out. The rate of the spread was limited due to the low number of machines on site, but when we realized it, some construct models had already turned into corrupted. They began to hunt us down. We were only unarmed researchers with no means to protect ourselves. Everyone else died. In the end, only Dr. Callan and I barely made it to the place where the 0-point reactor was located. He had been unstable due to an after effect of his brain infection. Look, Earth! It's Earth! Right, one of the reasons I came here was to open the outer space shield and let the negative pressure blow all the remaining punishing virus into space. We could see the beautiful Earth here. Stay inside the life pod, Doctor. Don't leave it. I stuffed Dr. Callan and our research documents inside the only operating life pod and sent it to space. If he was lucky, perhaps a cargo ship would pick up the signal and rescue him. But I must stay, for there was one last thing for me to do. I have to turn off the 0-point reactor array that was still running. The system had no control program. I had to get to the core to shut it down. Just like Dr. Callan said, I could only think of this stupidest method. Perhaps we were too used to convenience, brought by machines. Even just walking to the core seemed to claim my remaining life. But maybe it was just my body's natural reaction, given that oxygen was almost running out. But just as I expected, the corrupted are still functioning even after all the viruses were expunged. They have all followed me into the reactor core, trying to tear me apart at every moment. Rah! but that also gave me the perfect opportunity to lock them all here. Once I turn off the last core, this place will be completely shut and probably never open again. The reactor's beautiful blue hue is no more to be seen. There's no time to write down the instant report, so I'm using this antique device for my personal collection. I know this recording will probably never be found. But if someone ever uncovers this piece of history, it means humanity has not gone extinct from this disaster. The fire of science we lit up is still burning somewhere. In that case, please tell me your story about the future of humanity. Okay, 1913. No, shit, I can't get close at all. Karenina tries to manually shut down the power supply to the 0-point reactor, but the abnormal gravitational waves have impacted a larger area than she thought. She cannot reach the engine at all. I must go back to the propulsion lab. Maybe I can shut down the reactor remotely. But the way back has collapsed. She must find another route. A ray of light shines through the ceiling above Karenina. Above, Karenina looks up and realizes that the gravitational waves tossed the corrupted up earlier, which broke through the ceiling of the reactor array room. The lunar base was built to withstand the meteorites and space debris. Its outer wall is well protected, but its structure is not as strong against impact from inside. Right, the corrupted cracked the wall. Holding her blast hammer up, Karenina charges toward the crack. Okay, spare jitter bombs? I remember there being a bunch in storage. Can't be. Okay, LTRB. Whee! Oop. Whee! Bump. Thunk. No. Platform up. Okay. Thunk. Okay, now we can get out of here. Whee. When Karenina gets back to the propulsion lab, she sees many engineering force crew along with the uninjured crew, such as Yaha standing by the side and taking care of the wounded crew. His eyes light up when he sees Karenina. Karenina, we have treated the injured crew. They are still corrupted. Before Yarha can finish, Karenina grabs his sleeves and pulls him away. Great, you're here. Come with me. There's an emergency. Karenina quickly heads to the control station, only to find another person already rapidly examining the data on the display. Hey Karenina, what's going on?
The 0-point engine's gone haywire, right? I knew it. So, are you able to shut it down remotely? Teddy shakes her head and projects the control panel onto a screen. The relay program here has rejected all the requests from the control panel. It's probably already infected by the punishing virus. At this stage, no one can possibly cut off the reactor's power with programs. Not even you. Nope, I hate to say it, but I'm no wizard. If it can't be done, it can't be done. Teddy sighs as she tries to think of other solutions. How about we try to shut it down manually? I tried already. That thing is surrounded by extremely intense gravitational waves. Nobody can even get close, let alone shut it down. Not even you. I can try to toss you over from outside, then you'll be able to shut it down manually, as long as you aren't crushed into a pile of dirt on the ground. What exactly are you talking about? Basically, the control center of the 0-point reactor was infected by the punishing virus and is now out of control. Keeps pumping 0-point energy into the engine, causing it to go haywire. The gravitational waves can blow up the lunar base at any time. Yarha lets out a gasp. He knows very well what would happen to the people here if that situation continues to deteriorate. Speaking of which, Yarha, do you know any way to bypass the relay and shut down the 0-point engine directly? No way. The reactor has top-level security. There are no other ways to cut its power. Teddy, how long will it take for the gravitational waves to reach here? They aren't expanding, instead they have been contracting. Teddy's reply gives Karnirina temporary relief, but she does not seem to be delighted at all. Instead, she gets even more serious. Don't be too optimistic. The waves are contracting because of the increasing density. The energy supply to the reactor is still going up non-stop. It's not difficult to understand. With the increased power, the reactor will produce more punishing virus, which will then infect more control centers and cause more reactor arrays to malfunction until all the reactors are overloaded. Which means the engine is going to get even more out of control. According to my calculations, the gravity oscillation is generated by the engine will even have the strength to cause a small part of the moon to implode and decompose. The debris would have an enormous mass and reach the Earth at an incredibly high velocity. Karnina cannot imagine how desperate it will be for the people on the ground. They have survived so many disasters only to face the rain of doom falling from above. What about us? Do you even need to ask? Yarha gulps. It is not hard to imagine how everyone here would turn into space dust in a split second. We cannot stop the reactor, but there's still one last chance before the 0-point engine finally blows up. The gravitational waves will continue to contract. We may be able to find an extremely short window to approach it. If we can destroy the engine at that time, we can shut down the gravitational waves. It still cannot guarantee to negate all the existing gravitational waves, but that is the best option available. But are we really going to destroy the 0-point engine? Karnina remains silent. She knows she must destroy the engine for herself, for the people here, as well as the innocent humans on the surface. But it was once the symbol and hope of humanity towards space navigation, and the pinnacle of technology during the Golden Age. Is she really qualified to destroy it? Yarha, can we call Babylonia from here? Technically, we can. The ID card I gave you should just be able to connect to Babylonia, but when I tried to do so earlier, there were tons of interference. I'm afraid the punishing virus has also contaminated the signal station, thus the interference. It should be better if we just send a one-way message. Teddy, make a report of everything that happening right now. Already did it, but you'd better be fast. The signals are almost cut off. Karnina makes up her mind. She nods at Yarha and Teddy, then sends a comms request to Babylonia. And so we're back to the current time. What is hope? President Hassan announced a 30-minute break from the world government's executive meeting due to the unexpected message from Karnina. List must find enough reason to support his proposal during this time. This puts down the very brief incident report sent along with Karnina's message. It only mentions a punishing virus leak accident of unknown reason in the lunar base, which caused the 0-point engine to go haywire. We can't let her destroy the 0-point engine. Norman is leaning on the door with a big frown. He has never looked so serious and anxious. Hey, didn't you hear that girl from the engineering force? Everyone on the moon will die if they don't destroy that whatever engine. It's only one possibility.
Besides, we can't know if that engineering force captain was telling the truth. List crosses his hands as if he is thinking of something. Karenina had a lot of contact with Collins on the moon. He seemed to like her too. She even had private conversations with that agent. Who can guarantee she isn't acting like this because Collins was just stripped of his power? A punishing virus outbreak just when we submitted the proposal. Is it really a coincidence? Norman knows very well that List's words were provoking, but he still has a point. Besides, there has never been any sign of the punishing virus on the lunar base over the years. When the 0-point reactor was activated, no virus was detected either, not to mention all the checks were conducted by Karenina herself. There was a serious incident on the moon before I was born. It was suspected to be caused by the punishing virus. Perhaps. That was nothing more than a speculation. The only survivor, Dr. Cullen, was out of his mind. No evidence could link it to a possible leak of the virus. Very few people knew the truth anyway. Given Collins' more senior position, he might know the truth, but it does not matter anymore, for List has zero interest in what happened in the past. But my sister is still on the moon. We can't afford to take the risk. Don't get it wrong. This low, serious voice interrupts Norman. She's no longer your sister. You only have one sister now, which is Victoria. Don't forget that you are representing your family. Think twice before you speak. Les gets on his feet and walks to the door. Just stay here if you can't watch the parliament to make the decision. I'll take care of everything, myself. Norman clenches his fist but can only swing it toward the cold wall. Damn it! The break is over. All the participants have returned to the Parliament Hall. Almost everyone is discussing Karenina's recording and report, each with their own intentions. Hassan looks around and goes back to his position as a host. He clears his throat and the hall gets quiet over time, but it does not mean the argument is over. The real battle is only about to begin. Based on the meeting protocols, I hereby announce that the World Government Executive Meeting is changed to an emergency meeting to discuss how we should respond to the sudden crisis on the moon. First of all, I'm quite certain that Councilman List would like to explain, right? Hassan nods at List, giving him the podium. The report was sent by Karenina, the engineering force captain. Neither she nor we have any clue how the punishing virus was produced, or how it caused the 0-point engine to go haywire. The comms are completely cut, so we are unable to get further information from her. I don't think we have sufficient information to make a rational decision. List's words remain unbiased, but he has a clear objective: to calm everyone down first. He trusts they are rational enough to understand what Babylonia's best option is. But there is one thing I would like to urge each and every one of you to carefully consider before making any decision. The 0-point reactor was made by our best scientists after numerous sacrifices. It is a dream machine that will guide humanity toward the future of hope. Right now, we have an opportunity to reach that future. Are we really going to destroy it with our own hands? Are we going to neglect all the sacrifices humanity had made in the past? Are we stripping all humans of their rights to reach their hope in the future? This question forces all the council members to put humanity as a whole on the scale. Even those who insisted to destroy the engine earlier have begun to hesitate. That is why I am firmly against the destruction of the 0-point engine. I hope this can become the foundation of all subsequent discussions. He has been secretly paying attention to Hassan and Nicola, but does not see anything unusual. He thought those hawks would be in favor of the destruction of the 0-point engine. Perhaps even they have to admit that the benefits of the 0-point engine outweigh the cost. He has won. Excuse me, sorry I'm late. Actually, we are late. An elderly but still vigorous man calmly walks into the hall, followed by two young individuals. Collins, I knew he wouldn't give up easily. Liz saw Collins coming in and prepared for it. He gives a signal to a subordinate in the control court. Mr. Collins, if I recall correctly, you are currently under internal investigation for the unlawful imprisonment of the Grey Raven Commandant. You are not qualified to take part in the World Government meetings. President Hassan, I suggest we... Before the meeting started, Collins was told that he would be put under internal investigation for the inappropriate imprisonment of the Grey Raven Commandant. He was certain that he did not leave any evidence for Babylonia, Even if they were after him, they didn't have to wait until now. The only possible explanation was List has been planning this all along to set him up. Excuse me, you probably got it wrong. I have no intention to become part of the meeting. These two young people have never been here, so I was just showing them the way. List finally shifts his attention to the two behind Collins. One of them is Simon, the Commandant of Dark Ares, while the other is the Grey Raven Commandant. I know I'm currently forbidden to sit in a world government meeting, and I have never been in one in the past anyway. Still, as the chief military advisor, I think I still have the right to refer someone. Collins gives Hassan a meaningful look until Hassan nods. Of course, I trust it is in our common interest to see our more trusted young people being referred to this meeting. Damn old fox. Collins smiles. He knows that Hassan and the others would strongly oppose him should he have referred anyone else today. He has been keeping the referral as a trump card, but he has no other option now and can only bet everything on the Grey Raven Commandant. I'd like to invite them here because they have been through numerous battles on the front line. They are the experts in making such decisions. In particular, the Grey Raven Commandant is our hero, who has participated in various difficult missions. I'm sure the opinion of this Commandant means a lot to everybody. There was a little misunderstanding between the Grey Raven Commandant and me, but we still developed a great friendship during our conversation. Oops, I'm talking too much. Well, it's time for me to go. I'll leave it to you. Collins leaves his final words before walking out of the meeting hall. Don't let me down, Grey Raven Commandant. Chief, I've never been in a meeting like this. Yeah, me neither. I feel like I'm going to throw up. You're not used to being the center of attention either, whether it comes from the corrupted or from the questioning eyes of humans that are supposed to be on your side. Or from the questioning eyes of the humans that are supposed to be on your side. Just think of them all as corrupted. Then I'm going to pass out. Simon finally forces a smile. Thanks to that Corona man, the two of you are standing on this unfamiliar battlefield instead of fighting the punishing virus. Hours ago, that Collins guy rushed into the treatment room of the Child Life. Nobody dared to stand in his way except Dr. Hippocrates. It's the Corona officer that Nicola warned you about. Given his behavior, it is near impossible to not recognize him. You heard the Grey Raven Commandant, aren't you? They are all my patients, and who are you? One more step and I'll crush your frontal lobe. Do it! Do it! Just do it now, Hippocrates. It's okay, Doctor. We'd like to have some time with him. Fine, you have 15 minutes. I'm not taking responsibility if you get worse. After she left, Collins explains the situation in the Parliament and Karenina's work on the moon. And you don't know how much you can trust him, but the information about Karenina sounds quite credible. What will happen if we don't destroy the 0-point engine? According to Karenina's report, not only everyone in the lunar base will die, the gravitational waves will also send rocks flying toward the Earth. Then it won't be a matter of single or double-figure casualties. If everything goes according to this plan, nobody will speak for Karenina. Even if she can destroy the engine and return, they will probably pin some charges on her. After all, destroying the 0-point engine without permission is a serious crime. If List decides to make a big deal of it, Karenina will not get away. The worst part is that it will hurt the military's trust in the Parliament, and may even stir up conflicts between them. I've been paying attention to the meeting, just like Mr. Khan said. Most of the voices were supportive of this proposal. That's why Simon asked if I knew a construct named Karenina. He was already aware of what happened. How ironic! The hero they raised to guard against me is now the only power I can rely on. Sorry, but I have no reason to help Corona. To your surprise, Collins does not seem to be worried at all, but smiles instead, as if he knew you'd be giving this answer. You won't turn me down. Just like Karenina, you cannot sit and watch if other people are in danger. And if the Parliament is a battlefield, only you can save them in this war. What's there for you to save Karenina and the other innocents? Obviously, this man would never do anything without benefit. Even when he is driven to the edge, you must find out his exact purpose to avoid any potential repercussions. Ah, how cautious of you. In fact, I couldn't care less about Karenina and the others on the moon. She means nothing to me after completing that huge Omega weapon. But, just like I said earlier, I firmly believe that agent named Luna is the key to humanity's future evolution. We must not let her die in vain on that deserted moon. Is that a theory you believe in? No, in fact, it's my instinct. When you get older, you learn that simple instinct often makes more sense than complicated calculations. I trust it is a necessary sacrifice for the greater good. Not only Karenina, I would not hesitate to sacrifice my entire life just to find that answer. But you're different. You're a lot greedier than I am. No matter how dire the situation is, the first thing on your mind is always to save everyone and everything. Honestly, I thought it would only be a matter of time before your kindness got you killed. But you proved me wrong every single time. Damn it. Is that so? Oh, sorry to hear that. Colin stands up next to the bed and reaches out his hand. Just like what I told Karenina on the moon, ascendants aren't necessarily always the enemies of humanity. Neither is Kurono, only frailty is. If you and I are both too weak, why don't we join forces, at least for now? Utilizing all available resources is a basic principle of tactics. Even enemies can and must be used if necessary. Well, hold out your hand, begrudgingly. Collins laughs boldly, shaking your hand and ignoring your vigilance. Come, hero, show those people that you are capable of saying more than nice words. Your speech will be our sharpest edge. Grey Raven Commandant, from what I recall, you only just recovered from a serious injury. Are you fit for this? I'm okay, President Hassan. The wounds are hurting so much that you must lean on Simon to stand still, but the pain gives your mind clarity. In that case, we shall let the Grey Raven Commandant speak first. Is that okay with you, Councilman List? With a frown, List eventually nods, but he obviously is not giving up. I too would like to hear the Grey Raven Commandant's opinion on this incident. Taking your hand off Simon's shoulder, you slowly walk up the podium. Just when you walk on the last step, you suddenly feel a sharp pain in the wound on your head. You have to hold yourself up with both hands on the podium. Hey, Chief! You quickly signal Simon not to help, as it would only expose your frailty. But it seems too late. The wolf already has his eyes on the prey. Don't push yourself too hard, Grey Raven Commandant. This might not be a battlefield, but that's no reason for you to overexert yourself. He has seen through your camouflage and is determined to completely crush your confidence. The two commandants may have been through a lot of battles, but on this battlefield, you are not much different from rookies. Some council members are already getting impatient. To them, letting an inexperienced commandant speak is purely a waste of their time. List has always had the upper hand. No matter what you do, you can't seem to easily shake his arguments. But that can also become your advantage. The enemy will only expose some weakness when they think they have already won. Thanks, Councilman List. But aren't you the one overexerting yourself? Me? Sorry, but I don't quite understand. You need to remind everyone of the one thing that List has been avoiding. The security of Babylonia. No, List isn't concerned about that. Think again. The safety of 0-point energy. As an outsider with almost no preparation or foundation, you need to attack the opponent's weak point first. Even if it can't take him down, you can still drag him into a skirmish. The data obtained from the Atlantis successfully helped the Luna base reboot the 0-point engine. However, are you able to guarantee it is safe to use? Who can guarantee that incidents like this will not happen again when we are actually sailing in the vast universe? Without the Earth to back us up, we have no means to deal with it. Your worry is unnecessary. The restart of the 0-point reactor has been verified both theoretically and physically. No punishing virus was detected in the vacuum chamber throughout its booting and running.
So, Karenina must have confirmed the results. You mentioned earlier that she was the expert in zero-point energy research, which gave the project a lot of credentials. Of course, all the data collected in the experiments are still valid. My proposal is based on this evidence. Then, why are we not trusting the decision she made on the spot? While we are here talking, they are fighting death and disaster, over and over. List's deep eyes stare at you. He seems to be thinking about how to spin the argument back on his side. In her report, Karenina also said that she could not guarantee the destruction of the zero-point energy engine would definitely stop the disaster. It might even cause more dire consequences. If both options have their risks and I have to pick one, I would prioritize the zero-point engine. Even at the cost of the lives of those on the moon and more innocent people on the ground. It's a necessary sacrifice. To me, all sacrifices are worthy of our one and only hope. We can't be naive and think we can survive this world without any sacrifices. As the Grey Raven Commandant, you know this more than anybody else. That new specialized frame was used by one of your constructs. Her name is Liv, I believe. Liz clenches his fist as he speaks to all the council members in a calm and firm tone, increasing his credibility even further. She knew someone must make the sacrifice. Someone must become hope. Without the sacrifice, humanity may never have their future. Right now, the zero-point engine is the only hope. Sacrifices must be made for our only glimmer of hope. No one has ever doubted this axiom. But what truly is hope? The people who create hope for us. I think the real hope isn't a new specialized frame or the zero-point engine itself. It's the people who created all of them. We lost our home, but we can take it back. We suffered many losses, but we can learn from them and never make the same mistake again. Even in a world of despair, we can create miracles together. Humans are not strong, but we aren't so weak either. The hope left by the past cannot make us give up thinking or stop going forward. The new specialized frame is a new hope created by the people and live together. Compared with a zero-point engine that can be remade, I would rather trust the people who create hope in the lunar base. The flow... excuse me. Got a little... my nose. The flow of the meeting begins to change. More people start to discuss and think about what she said. Hassan waves at you, then walks to the center of the conference hall, facing all the representatives. I think that's plenty of discussion. The Parliament needs to make a decision regarding the crisis at Karenina and the excuse me, and the lunar base are facing. Let's leave the final decision to all the humans. No matter what the result is, it will be a future chosen by the entire humanity. I hope everyone can think carefully and make your own decision. The hall is lit up by countless glowing spots that represent all the Babylonia residents, followed by a synthetic voice from Gestalt. The decision has been made. Okay, 1915. Fast forward. What now? I sent a message, but there's no reply. Shall we wait for Babylonia's decision? No way they can make it so fast. We must go now if we are to destroy the zero-point engine. Teddy gets up on her feet and folds a portable terminal, but Karenina stops her. I want you and the engineering force members to put on protective suits and take the wounded personnel to stay as far as possible from the gravitational waves. Find a safe place to wait for the comms to restore, then send Babylonia a message and wait for rescue. Karenina puts the blast hammer on her back and gives a confident smile. I can destroy that zero-point engine all by myself. You're only going to be my burden. Teddy looks at Karenina and sighs after a short silence. You're right, and there is no need for us to die with you. If I stand next to you in the queue to the underworld, I'll probably end up fighting with you before I even reach the destination. Just get lost then. Let's go, Yaha. Take your crew with us. Huh? Teddy has left without even looking back. Yaha hesitates for a few seconds, but ends up leaving with her. Alright, there's another place I must go before blowing up the zero-point engine. Karenina grasps her weapon, nods to herself, and heads out again. Warning, warning. Abnormal punishing virus concentration detected. Activating emergency plan. All personnel are to report to their positions immediately. I want to get back ASAP. But this place is way more lively than I expected. Anyone able to tell me how to count these things?
おい気をつけろ
Wee, bonk. Okay. Oh. I guess we got solo floating. Action started. One more drone, hurry. Big gravity rush unlocked. Hey. Ooh, problem solved. Now straight to the contract research lab. Okay. Got 2 more to go. Enemy of humankind. Luna. The agent named Luna curls up in a dark dream, or maybe it's not a dream, but the boundary of her vague mind. She can only hear her own voice. All the noise from the Ascension Network are no longer to be heard. I'm still alive. My consciousness is still here. Luna does not understand why she is still in the form of an agent after being denied by the Ascension Network. She was supposed to turn into her normal mind as corrupted. But the Ascension Network seems to have halted the execution, or in a more humanely description, it's as if the Ascension Network is thinking about something. Luna does not want to think of the reason. Everything no longer matters to her. No one is going to step into the silent world of hers again like that rude person. Lucia. Knowing she is but an illusion, Luna reaches out to the sister in her memories. Luna is not trying to seek help or letting out her anger. She only wants to touch her sister once again to feel the warmth. Her mouth keeps moving as if she wants to tell Luna something, but the darkness seems to have devoured her voice. Luna cannot hear anything. Lucia seems very anxious. Luna looks at her lips, trying to read what she is saying. Luna? Wake up. Luna, wake up. The dark dream disappears like a falling tides among Lucia's anxious cry. The silhouette begins to twist and fade. An invisible force is dragging Luna away from her sister. She reaches out and tries to get a little closer, but her efforts are all futile. She has no more reason to live in the sober world. She feels like she is standing at a crossroads. The road behind her has all disappeared, but nobody tells her where to go. Only here she can feel the slightest warmth. Why don't you let me die in that dream? It's not bad to die here, I guess. Luna's dream is on the brink of collapse. She closes her eyes again, knowing that she will have to face the never-ending pale reality when she wakes up. But, unlike the countless awakenings in the past, she is greeted by sharp agony and loud sirens instead of the silence and the smell of dust. Oh, and she's back in her regular form. Luna opens her eyes in excruciating pain.
She finds herself still in the familiar construct lab, but everything around her is a mess. Something must have happened. She barely twists her wrist in the restraint and realizes there is crimson punishing virus coming out of her body and dissipating in the air. This is the Omega weapon those humans talked about. The massive Omega weapon behind her is emitting a crimson light. The color is not from the weapon itself, but comes from the punishing virus that it keeps draining from her. The punishing virus outfit that forms Luna's combat suit has completely vanished. The punishing virus in her body will be the next. Losing the power of an agent has not impacted her frame's performance, and there is still a large amount of punishing virus present in Luna's body. Still, it is no match for the Omega weapon's infinite power. Am I going to die like this? Luna has never been so close to death after she became an agent, not even when she was devoured by the polyphage. This is the most powerful weapon humans have created for Ascendants. Maybe this isn't too bad after all, as the enemies of humans' Ascendants are destined to kill them, or be killed by them. She suddenly hears a lot of noises outside, followed by a loud bang. A slender construct knocks the lab door open and rushes in, along with the corrupted that has been crushed to pieces long ago. You. Karenina jumps up and shakes the dust off like a rabbit. She gracefully turns around, facing Luna. Didn't you already leave the moon? Or were you the one who created all this mess? No way. A punishing virus contamination of unknown reason caused a 0-point reactor and that engine to go haywire, hence the mess in the space. I see. Luna tries to gather her strength and realizes she can attract the punishing virus that is spreading on the once clean moon. So the virus she can gather now is too weak and soon gets eliminated by the Omega weapon. I thought you were related to all this and came to finish you off before taking care of the rest, but that seems unnecessary now. Karenina glances at Luna. The Omega weapon has made her extremely frail. Indeed. It's a matter of time before my body dies from the exhaustion of the punishing virus. You don't need to get your hands dirty. Karenina walks back and forth, slightly hesitant. She opens her mouth in the end. I have already reported the situation to Babylonia. They will send a shuttle here soon, and I need to destroy the 0-point engine before it arrives to minimize the damage caused by gravitational waves. Even so, the overflowing 0-point energy could detonate all the built-up gravitational waves simultaneously. We may have time to escape, but the loose rocks blown up by the gravitational waves would still hit the Earth and cause terrible disasters. Karenina takes a deep breath and stares at Luna. According to my calculations, if you can get the power of an agent back again, the strength of the punishing virus you absorb should be on par with the Omega weapon, and therefore consume a lot of 0-point energy, reducing the final impact of gravitational waves. Luna gives Karenina an unbelievable look as if you had just said something absurd. Are you trying to seek my assistance? Yeah, is there a problem? I'll do anything and use any resources available to achieve my goal, even if it means to seek help from the enemy. Luna smiles. That companion of her sister's was once doing the exact same thing. Trying to borrow the enemy's strength like a fool. Hey, you don't want to die like this, do you? If that's the case... But Luna shakes her head and interrupts Karenina. I no longer have the ability to connect to the Ascension Network or use the power of an agent. Even if I can, I have no plan to help you just for the sake of living on. To her, it may be better just to put an end to the agent named Luna once and for all. That way, both of her sisters can finally walk their own paths without worrying about her. Besides, I don't think you should put your hopes on Babylonia's rescue. They probably have already abandoned everyone here. Compared with the lives of few people on the moon and the Earth, it would be a wiser choice for them to protect the 0-point engine, which is a symbol of future hope. Luna once heard from that man named Yaha that Corona wanted to install this engine in the 0-point reactor on Babylonia to restart the space travel project. 0-point reactor, construct technology, Omega weapon, new specialized frame. All those creations are carrying the hope of humans. They create a future for humans, but also become their shackles. You'll become the enemy of humankind if you still choose to destroy the engine. There is no taunt or anger in Luna's words. She is just stating the cold truth. Do you really have the courage to pop their inflated hope?
Mm-hmm. Hearts intertwined. Not far from the lunar base where nobody can notice, a ship from Babylonia slowly descends onto the moon's surface. After the cabin door opens, an agile figure leaps off the ship and lands on the moon, knocking up the very fine lunar soil and leaving his footprints. Oh, come on. I can forgive you for not putting up a red carpet, but you should have at least sent some fans to welcome Roland the superstar. Roland laughs at himself. The moon is a silent, deserted place. Not even rabbits can be found here, let alone humans. Roland's thoughts are suddenly disrupted by fiery explosions in the distance. An arm of a construct's base model rapidly fires toward his face. Roland frowns and tilts his head slightly to avoid the arm. Okay, we have some audience here. Quite a lot, actually. Following the arm of the construct base models, they land in Roland's vicinity and rush toward Roland once managing to crawl up. He just realizes these incomplete constructs were infected by the punishing virus and turned into horrific corrupted long ago. Someone has arrived before me, or is that Luna? Roland strolls forward as he casually points a shotgun to Corrupted's head, following up 2/3 of it. The shell's kinetic energy even sends the Corrupted's body away in a low-grav environment, knocking a few other Corrupted who are trying to stand up. I really wonder who is stealing my entrance. Roland takes out the container and peeks at the stem cell inside. Using the explosion as a light source, the low-gravity environment does not seem to have any impact on it. Since I took the job, I must finish it no matter what. That's what I call being a professional actor. Roland closes his eyes to find that weak connection between Luna and him. He can sense her a lot clearer. She is definitely on the moon. Well, let me find Luna first, then I'll leave it to her and to fate to decide. Roland stretches his body and walks toward Luna's direction. The show must go on. Karenina fails to persuade Luna. She returns to the propulsion lab, still thinking of her last words. Do you really have the courage to pop their inflated hope? Karenina can choose the optimal answer if it only involves herself, but the decision to make right now affects all humans. Damn it. Perhaps she is better off being alone, fighting, hurting, struggling. Hey, what are you doing? Someone hits Karenina on the shoulder. She then realizes Teddy is standing right next to her. Shouldn't she have already left the lunar base with others? Why are you here? What's that look on your face? We're still alive, at least for now. Teddy, the system mainframe was contaminated by the punishing virus and locked. How can we bypass it? Yarha trots over, scratching his head, asking Teddy about some problems he is facing on his portable terminal. Yarha, why are you also back? We split into two groups. Some non-technical staff were evacuated to protect the injured people. They stayed away from the lunar base and waited for rescue, while we technicians came back here to keep working. Shit, what are you doing here? I said I could do this all by myself. Seeing Karenina's anger, Teddy smiles instead. Feeling good about yourself, huh? We only came back for ourselves. Correct, just like what the Vice Captain said. If we run away and leave you behind, we would be held responsible for letting you destroy the zero-point engine without taking necessary precautions. Gotta do something to defend ourselves. You. And Captain Karenina, I'm not new here. It's been 2 years since I joined the engineering force, or 2 years and 3 months. The researcher in the engineering force quickly reported the situation and interrupted Karenina's question. He returned to work in no time. We are doing our best to collect and record the data related to the zero-point engine for its future restoration and improvement. Restoration and improvement? Is that really possible? Probably depends on our luck and speed. In the past, we only had the right to use the engine. Corona had always been our way whenever we wanted to investigate the related records. But that's no longer a problem. The entire base is probably going to be blown up soon. Karenina gets the terminal from Teddy and looks at it. The research data recorded is indeed highly confidential and has never been disclosed in public research. If they can also include the data observed while the engine was running and even going out of control, perhaps making a near zero-point engine isn't impossible.
Karenina looks at Yarha, and the people in Corona have no reason to risk their lives to help them. I don't want to become space junk, but Corona's internal punishment is even scarier. That's why I must get something done at least, so I can bargain with them. Especially after Miss Vesalius became the research director, I really can't go back empty-handed. Director Yarha, please stop chatting with them, we're almost done. Karenina looks at the other Corona researchers. They don't seem to be working only for their own lives. Hey you, pack up the tools, we're almost done here in the power lab. Next we need to go near the 0-point reactor and record its energy output and conversion ratio. The devices over there have all been contaminated. We'll probably have to take the readings on our own. Got it. Teddy looks at Karenina. Her slim right hand clenches into a fist and gently punches Karenina in the left shoulder. Are you concerned about the consequences of destroying the 0-point engine? That's totally not like you, fool. Don't think too much, just focus on the things that you must do. Leave the rest to us. You have friends who are willing to fight alongside you, too. You are so... More loud explosions can be heard from afar. Even the ground has begun to tremble. There's no time, we must get going. While you destroy the 0-point engine, we'll take back the hope of science. Hey, the scene. Yarha. So Yarha was always there. Cool to know. Teddy puts back her serious face as she walks toward the researchers. They may come from different organizations and have different beliefs, but now they are standing together. Even though Karenina still feels a little lost, she picks up her weapon and turns away with a subtle smile. Remember, don't die. If our effort ends up in vain because of you, I will hunt you down even in hell. Better touch wood, Teddy. I'm sure she will succeed. Just wait and see. Without even meeting each other's gaze, they turn their backs and head to their respective sides of the battlefield. Roland steps over the twisted door of the construct lab. It seems to have been deformed by some tremendous force. In the center of the lab is a white figure he has been searching for. Luna. Roland calls her name softly, but receives no response. He can feel the connection between Luna and himself is weakening, which means the agent Luna is dying. A ring-shaped device is draining the punishing virus from her and disintegrating it eventually. This must be the Omega weapon. I wonder if I can free Luna if I break it. Roland holds his shotgun up, aiming at the Omega weapon. But what if it accelerates her death? Roland smiles and puts his shotgun away. He knows even if he rescues Luna here, it would only momentarily extend her life. Nobody can rewrite your own story except you, Luna. If your ending is a silent death on this cold moon, maybe that is just what fate brings. Still, I wish you can change the ending yourself and embark on your journey again. The person who asked me to bring this gift to you would probably feel the same. Roland takes out the storage unit and carefully projects it and sets it into the control panel in front of Luna that connects to her mind. Although Corona does not have the technology to hack into the mind of agents, it can still send them a message. The container on Roland's waist begins to tremble vigorously, as if the thing inside is banging against the container wall. I almost forgot Vonnegut's gift, but I don't think I needed to kill her now. Well, I still have to go through the motions. You can devour everything on the moon as you like. Roland opens the container. The surging matter inside quickly crawls toward the cable connecting to the Omega weapon, and squeezes itself into the cracks on the wall following 0-point energy's unique blue glow. Alright, here concludes my cameo appearance. Thank you for coming today. Roland stops smiling and looks at Luna's face for one last time, whispering, Luna, I hope you can be your true self when you open your eyes again. Okay. Undying Will. Out of my way! Karenina keeps dodging the incoming gravitational waves and knocking the corrupted away. In less than an hour's time, the gravitational waves are affecting the smaller radius, but with significantly greater intensity. Some of the buildings in the lunar base are already decomposed into large debris. After another huge explosion, blazing blue light begins to emit from debris and dust. The 0-point engine is right over there. The spherical zero-point engine is engulfed in the gravity storm, sucking in all nearby debris, lunar soil, and the limbs of corrupted. The anti-gravity field slowly lifts the engine to the sky. All the gravitational waves are concentrating in the engine. I can't waste any more time here. Karina slams the blast hammer hard on the moon's surface. She keeps boosting the pressure in the hammer's propulsion engine. Estimating gravity, trajectory simulation complete. Engine compression 100%, 120%. If I can't get there from the ground, I'll just have to go from above. When the engine reaches peak power, Karenina pulls the trigger. The charged kinetic energy is immediately released, shattering the fragile moon rocks underneath and launching Karenina along with the hammer rapidly toward her destination. The gravity-controlled device in her frame and the blast hammer's propulsion allow Karenina to adjust her stance while airborne, nimbly avoiding the impact of gravitational waves. But she soon finds out that whenever she tries to approach the zero-point engine, the gravitational waves would be in her way, as if they are directly aimed at her. How strange. I feel like the zero-point engine has its own consciousness. It is trying to push me away. After dodging another round of dense gravitational waves, Karenina transforms the blast hammer into cannon form and fires at the zero-point engine. The engine immediately compresses the gravitational waves to neutralize her shot. This is definitely not a coincidence. It's impossible. How can a zero-point engine protect itself unless... Karenina keeps firing at the gravity storm around the zero-point engine. When she finally peels off the debris, she finds some pale matter entangled at the bottom of the engine and is continuously growing upward. It is not lunar soil or shattered debris, but a creature that she has never seen. Slightly distracted, Karenina is hit by gravitational waves and falls to the moon's surface. Thanks to the low gravity, she has not suffered much damage. Shit! What the fuck was that? Karenina has never seen such a creepy scene. When the pale matter finally wraps the zero-point engine within, the gravity storm gradually calms down. Everything seems to have stopped. All of a sudden, the zero-point engine on top starts to shake vigorously. The kraken lets pale outer shell turns to Karenina and stares at her like a creature's eye. Karenina's instinct tells her the creature is dangerous. Without thinking, she raises her cannon and fires at it. What the? The compressed graviton fired from her cannon is blocked by this peculiar piece of flesh, to be precise, by its newly grown arm. Soon, the pale flesh quickly grows another arm, followed by 2 legs. It slowly gets up on its feet and grows into a creepy humanoid. It lets out a hysterical cry. Uncontrolled gravitational waves burst out, shattering everything around. Karenina does not need to ask to know that this creature is her enemy. It's an enemy to all humans. It continues to drain the energy supplied to the zero-point engine and it emits Crimson Punishing Virus. Is this freak a hetero creature? The monster frenetically scratches itself. Blue blood, full of zero-point energy, flows out from its wounds. The blue color soon fades and is replaced by crimson. The lunar soil nearby is soaked with this crimson liquid, or the red tide to be more precise. The wounds left by its claws soon heal themselves. The energy drained from the zero-point energy will repair its body endlessly. This energy will become an infinite source of punishing virus. Soon the entire moon will be covered in the crimson blood color. The zero-point engine must be destroyed. I'll smash you! And here we go. Cutscene. And... Dunk.
人類の希望を
Luna!
壊す勇気があるの
Oh well, that last line that she said.
れはまだ弱いままなのか。
Babylonia. No? Like a morning star, a small light dot rises into the deep, a silent sky from the back of the earth, followed by the blazing sun. But when looking closer at it, the star is blinking at a certain rhythm. Babylonia. The blinking navigation lights on Babylonia were once used for communicating with the other orbiter spacecraft, but they are too outdated and no longer in use. Babylonia has no need to communicate with other orbiter spacecraft. With no other orbital spacecraft left, Babylonia is the only unit that watches the Earth from space. Right now, the lights are operating once again, just for one person. The message is for Karenina, and Karenina alone. The world government has decided. Karenina carefully reads the message conveyed in the signal. The decision of humanity awaits her. To acknowledge and approve the engineering force's decision, Karenina. Her eyes widen as she gazes at the blinking light, still finding it difficult to believe. Go ahead and destroy the 0-point engine. The signals cannot convey complex instructions, but they are more than enough to give Karenina never-ending courage. She looks up and sniffles to stop the tears, then turns around and gives the monster a fearless smile. Hey, did you hear that, you bloody punishing monster? Karenina holds her blast hammer up and points it directly at the monster. The tail of flames from its propulsion engine are burning strong. They, the humans, want me to crush you. Even when standing alone in the dark universe, Karenina no longer feels any fear. She knows the will of the entire human race is twinkling behind her, and this undying will become a star and a torch. So, just shut up and die! Or fucking unknown. So here we go, boss time! Remembrance of Pain. Oh, well, never mind. Back to Luna. Who am I? A girl takes a look at her white body, which seems different from what she perceives as human. It is made of machines, just like the robots in the stories she read before. Am I a robot? I'm no human. She feels somehow disappointed, although she does not even know why she is so obsessed whether she is human or not. Perhaps this word is just a familiar ring to it. She looks around and finds nothing but a dark world. A light spot suddenly appears in the distance, like a beacon that is guiding her. She has also read in stories that when humans are about to die, there may be similar light spots to guide them toward the afterlife, but isn't she a robot? How strange. Is it because I'm dying? Besides, who told her these stories? She feels like someone had once whispered in her ear, telling her thousands of curious stories in detail until she fell into sweet dreams. Who is that person? Huh? What's this? She raises her hand past her face only to find tiny droplets of water slipping into the corner of her eyes. They are tears. Am I crying? She has no idea why she's in tears. Nothing comes to her mind. She can only walk mindlessly toward the light spot, where she might be able to find the answer to everything. Okay. Got a little sequence. A Luna sequence. Lucia! Luna, Luna! Luna, is that my name? Stay close, don't leave my side. Yes, sister. Yes, you're my sister. I'll protect you, Luna, I promise. Bonk. I won't let those monsters hurt you. Bonk, bonk, bonk. Hide, hurry.
Lucia. Luna, are you okay? Don't worry, it's okay. We just need to rest a bit. I just need to become a construct. Then we can go to Babylonia together. You'll be just like before. Always, always. Enough. That's enough. You don't need to keep fighting like this. Lucia, sis, can I do anything to help you? Off that memory lane. Was it a success? I can protect you now, sis. Sorry, this is our only choice. Hurry, eliminate the corrupted and potential threats. Destroy humans, destroy humanity, the sons evolved, pinnacle reborn. Fine sister. Alpha! Luna, allow me to assist you? No. Miss Luna, you are the chosen agent of the Assassin Network. For that, I will give everything. Luna, what do you need me to do? Lucia, you... Miss Luna, please leave for the sake of the Ascension Network. Fucking Gabriel, even after his death, still haunting us. Oh, cutscene though. We're done. Warning, experiment at our section on turning pieces to the... Let's end it here, almost meaningless. Quiet commotion outside. I will stay here. Your voice, is this my last memory? I'm as a human, but actually, your birthday is perfect birthday, which is lucky for me. Thank you for coming to this world, Luna.
選別開始
Hey! Live on, sis. Okay, mine stability increased, functions partially restored. Partly rebooted. Looks like we got a little bit of hiccup earlier. Holy moonlight though, such a good theme. Very invigorating. Every year when it comes to your birthday, Luna, I always prepare a gift for you, like before, even in the years before I was called Alpha. I know all too well this is pointless folly. No matter how many gifts I prepare, I can't not change the fact that Luna is never coming back. That day, when I saw you standing in front of me again, I made a vow to myself. On each of your birthdays in the future, I would stay by your side, no matter what. This year, I have a present for you too, but I won't be able to give it to you on your birthday. If you ever get to hear this message, Luna, I wish you find your own path to the future. I will be by your side no matter where you go. And, happy birthday, Luna. The construct lab continues to collapse under the impact of the gravitational waves, and is finally exposed to outer space. The negative pressure generates a fierce storm that sweeps off everything inside the lab. Tears roll down the pale girl's face unconsciously. They are torn to pieces in the storm, disappearing in space. In the very last moments of her life, She can no longer feel pain or hear any sound. The tears don't come from pain, but from the reluctance buried deep in her memories. My death is perfectly logical, but... why am I still resisting the inevitable? Why can't I, like those inferior human beings, shut off the most important memories? Why am I still struggling so hideously to survive? Lucia. As an ascendant, she once prided herself on being superior to humans, but it is her human emotions that take over in the end. The storm is gaining momentum, blowing away everything on the control panel in front of Luna. Countless blueprints and parts have been witnessed all the days and nights that the researchers spent here. Suddenly, she sees a small green object arise from the control panel. It should have never appeared in this dull lab. Hello! Froggy-chan. It is a small frog charm that is hanging from the storage unit plugged into the panel. Luna couldn't possibly know the ordeals this little charm had to go through to get to her, but she is certain that it was a gift from Alpha. The charm's thread is coming loose, as if it would be swept away into the universe the next moment, never to be found. No, don't. Luna tries to reach out and grab it, only to realize that her hands are both tied up. She could only watch as the charm's thin thread slowly unravel. It is like a cord connecting Luna to the world. When it breaks, she would be completely alienated from everything in this world. Luna tries desperately to break free and grab the thread of destiny, triggering the alarm on her electromagnetic shackle. With almost all the punishing virus power lost, she can only use pure physical strength to move her slender right hand. The electromagnetic shackle... Bleh. Words. Bleh, I really gotta get better at intonating. The electromagnetic shackle scorches her arms, burning deep into her artificial muscles. Vital fluid flows out from the clacks in her body. Clacks. Ugh, you know I've been doing this too long that I'm starting to fumble everywhere. Words. Vital fluid flows out from the cracks in her body. She finally breaks free from her shackle and grabs the charm's thin thread at the very last moment. Luna holds the tiny charm tightly in her hand. Even though she has long lost her sense of temperature, it still feels warm, very warm. Thank goodness. Luna feels a long-lost sharp pain in the scarred right hand. This is a hand that holds on to something important. Even when it is covered in pain and wounds, she has seen many hands like this. When she first met her white-haired sister on a night of pouring rain, she reached out her much-suffered hand and hugged her so tight, crying. Amidst the light that destroyed everything, her dark-haired sisters grasped the katana with her broken hands and stood in front of them. She never backed down, even one step. When facing the desperate ending, that commandant chose to reach out to the most powerful of enemies with a scarred hand, hoping only to protect humanity and cherished friends. Ascendants, constructs, humans, they may not be that different after all. Just then, she hears the Luna base's internal broadcast from the construct lab. Hello, Karenina, can you hear me? While we were recording the data, we also used the time to conveniently build the most outdated but effective temporary radio station. When we finally connected to Babylonia's comm centers, they immediately sent us a message. Maybe you have already seen it, but I don't trust your eyes. Better repeat again here. The world government has decided to acknowledge and approve the engineering force's decision. Karenina, go ahead and destroy the zero-point engine. She hears the crowd cheering behind Teddy's voice in the noisy broadcast. Luna realizes she has almost forgotten that humans can also laugh. Humans have not given up on them. This time those humans really chose to believe in them. That unyielding girl named Karenina firmly believes science can help humans turn destructive power into a new hope. My own new hope? Can I have it too? Perhaps there are more than one form of hope, and more than one answer to the future. Luna wants to become a neutral bridge that connects to humanity. If she can explore a future that she and humans can coexist, she can also make her wish come true. To create a paradise where she and her sister can live together. But will Ascension Network allow such things to happen? Perhaps it is also expecting changes to take place. Luna gathers her final strength to hold Frog tight on her chest and closes her eyes. Like humans, she will do all she can to reach a distant hope, Like that commandant, she will give everything to explore the possibility to win. If her voice can be heard, please listen to her final wish. Future path, imagination, humans, hope. Ascension Network, elevating, creating wish. Connection approved, accepting Luna, agent. A red light grows strongly on Luna's chest. The punishing virus that flooded the Luna base is gradually attracted to her, forming a white armor to cover her body. The large amount of punishing virus detected also causes the Omega device automatically to increase the 0-point energy's input, but the device cannot destroy the punishing virus faster than it is gathering. Luna slowly opens her eyes. She has returned to her former look. The Ascension Network has once again accepted me, accepted its new possibility. This means Luna... Excuse me. Got a little cough in there. This means Luna has found her power and strength. The Ascension Network has re-accepted her as a trailblazer of a never-imagined path. She could have walked away, but she chose to stay and gather more nearby punishing virus to consume the Omega weapon's infinite 0-point energy. Humans, show me the future you have created. And so, here we go. Final fight against Moonbussy, aka Moon Devourer. Karenina, hello, Karenina, do you copy? Teddy's voice spreads across the entire Luna base. Karenina can also hear in the comms device. Copy, you're too noisy. I'm busy right now. Karenina dodges the white monster's fast leap, strike, and shoots at it. She uses the cannon's recoil to quickly move away, avoiding the follow-up claw attacks. Hey, what are you fighting against? A monster, made from the 0-point engine and, white pieces of flesh? I must be an idiot to hope that you can explain things clearly with that extremely poor expression of yours. The frenzied monster shatters the rocks on the ground, sending the gravel and lunar soil flying toward Karenina. Karenina has seen them coming, so she leaps high above and prepares to attack the monster's head, which happens to be the 0-point engine. To her surprise, the monster suddenly emits gravitational waves, changing the rock's projection from horizontal to vertical. What the? Karenina fired her cannon in advance to shoot all the rocks down. If she didn't do so, even if she gets lucky and doesn't get injured, the kinetic energy from the rocks will still blow her away. Hello, Karenina. I'm fine, but... aerial attacks don't seem to work on this monster. To reach the 0-point engine on the set, she must limit its action by hitting its weak points. But how can she limit the action of a monster that can repair itself infinitely? Well, I better not think too much. Destroying it once isn't enough, I'll do it twice or even 3 times. Only you could think of such a stupid idea, but I guess it's the best strategy for you. Karenina once again charges at the pale monster. She jumps up above and slams her blast armor down, knocking up the lunar sword to block its vision. Still, the monster is intelligent enough to unleash wide-range gravitational waves that blow away the lunar soil instantly. Even if Karenina jumps up, she will be pulled down. But when it focuses on the sky, it completely ignores Karenina, who is rushing out from the dust. Screaming, running, Karenina throws herself toward the gravitational waves emitted by the monster and neutralizes part of them with gravity control system of her own frame. Karenina knew the wide-range waves wouldn't have as much strength, so she chose to break through from the front. The monster has no time to react. It can only watch Karenina's blast hammer approach as its engine makes a loud hum. I'll crush you! The instant thrust from the blast hammer's engine has sufficient speed to make any blunt weapon sharp like a blade. The monster's right leg is immediately severed from its body and falls to the ground. Still, it manages to swing its claw to hold Karenina off. Shit, it's got good reflexes. The gravitational waves keep Karenina at bay. She can only watch the monster recover. However, no matter how hard the monster trembles, its right leg does not seem to be growing back. Wait, it can't regenerate fast like before. Yeah, we're also investigating this. It could be due to a change in the 0-point energy supply. Some of the energy is allocated to a strange place. It's going to the Omega weapon where that agent is located. What makes it more strange is that the corrupted who kept attacking us suddenly weakened a lot. Karenina... Karenina looks in the direction of the concert lab as she mumbles to herself. So, she chose to live on in the end. The pale mutant's right leg has slowly grown back, but instead of attacking back, it runs to the center of the battlefield in order to absorb more remotely transmitted 0-point energy. Karenina, the gravitational waves will reach critical point in 12 minutes and 21 seconds. You must hurry. I must kill it before it finishes absorbing the energy. And here we go. Good stuff. Moon bussy time. Moon eater. Moon devourer. However you like to call him. Whee! Spin the win. Okay, and here we go. Phase 2. I was not expecting that to come out so fast. Oh, almost had a perfect no damage run. When I mean no damage, I mean no damage. Not actually not getting hit, because I'm pretty sure she tanked through quite a few number of hits alright, thanks to her shield.
Wow. That ate a lot of itself. Like, he still had like 13 bars before that. The pale monster is pushed to its limit. Its tissues cannot regenerate as fast as they are destroyed. The body made up of the heterocritus cells and other miscellaneous debris begins to disintegrate. It struggles to get up, only to find its broken body cannot support its weight and collapses to the ground once again. With an equally damaged body, Karenina holds onto her blast hammer and gets on her feet. Step after step, she walks toward the monster. Wiggling its body, the monster tries to make itself afloat by using 0-point engine's power, hoping to fly away. Grandpa told me that life was precious. Perhaps you also want to survive. But you are the enemy to all living things. You are nothing but a monster. Karenina deploys the gravity cannon from the blast hammer and shoots at the ground under the monster. The compressed gravitons generate an enormous gravity that neutralizes its floating force, pulling it back to the moon's surface. It barely raises its head, but it is all too late. The gravity-controlled device in Karenina's frame is running beyond its limit, compressing and distorting gravity and light, engulfing her in a radiance that is brighter than the rising sun. The monster extracts all its strength to the 0-point engine, trying to unleash the most powerful gravitational waves to tear the girl apart. Now, the blast hammer's blast engine is lit up by its tail flames. All light shines at this moment, converging into an invincible strike. Just crush and burn! After a blinding flash, the severely damaged 0-point engine continues to emit strong gravitational waves, reducing the monster's remaining body to pale, lifeless flesh. The outburst of gravitational waves sends Karenina flying. She rolls on the moon's surface for tens of meters and finally comes to a stop. Karenina reopens her eyes and finds the damaged 0-point engine has sunk under the moon's surface. The gravitational waves are directly acting on the rocks, creating ripples on the nearby ground. Rocks protrude from the ground like swords, while soft lunar soil flows down like sand. Karenina has no time to hesitate. She quickly jumps back and barely avoids the collapse of the ground underneath. Karenina, you aren't dead, are you? I guess so. Karenina replies while sprinting between more protruding rocks. Then hurry up to the coordinates I sent you. The gravitational waves built up in the 0-point engine will break out in 3 minutes. What? Isn't that also within the range of the gravitational waves? Are you just picking a better place to die? Alright, we'll give you a proper funeral. Relax, now rest in peace. Comms ended abruptly. Karenina can never contact Teddy again. Shit! Karenina is totally clueless, but she still runs toward the coordinates that Teddy sent. And 1921, curtain call. The representatives gave their answer in the world government's emergency meeting, approving Karenina's decision and giving her the right to destroy the 0-point engine. Still, it will inevitably cause a series of problems: the lunar base, the reactor, the ground battlefield, Kurono. The biggest problem is that the comms to the lunar base are still not restored. Babylonia is unable to confirm whether Karenina and her team have successfully destroyed the engine, or whether they can safely return. What if Karenina and her team are injured, or cannot finish the mission at all? Commander Nicola, please, let me go. I can help the lunar base and Karenina. Nicola has actually thought about this option. When it comes to searching for lost targets in an unfamiliar environment, nobody can do the job better than the Purifying Force, although they are hunting the target most of the time. No, this is the second time I'm saying this. Nicola shakes his head and gives back Bianca's application. As the captain of the Purifying Force, as a soldier, you should know your duty is to obey orders. The other female construct in the room also walks up and salutes Nicola. Commander Chico! That's Chico. Interesting. Damn, she be looking fine indeed. Commander Nicola, one construct is more than enough to investigate the traitors. I can do this. Captain Bianca doesn't need to be involved.
Although respectful, the female construct named Chico has not backed down in the slightest. She is also a member of the Purifying Force. Chico. Bianca looks at Chico. She has gone to Earth multiple times for this dangerous mission, but no progress is made. Although the Engineering Force's new engine has made shuttles more secure, going from Babylonia to the ground is still a dangerous trip. Even after a successful landing, the supplies from the support force are nowhere enough for combat consumption in the adverse environment. Chico couldn't even maintain her frame properly. The color of her black long hair hadn't faded, but she simply had no time to restore it. There were traces of ascendants found during the investigation. HQ decided to up the danger level of this mission, and we now have 2 locations to investigate. That's why I'm sending you both. The mission locations are also reassigned based on their danger levels. Chico, Bianca will take over City 6 from you. There is a new location named City 15, and I want you to take charge. But the mission instructions suggest City 6 has a higher danger potential, so it makes perfect sense to assign Bianca to it, given that she is the captain. Unable to find any excuse, Chico can only remain silent. Nicola pauses and looks at Bianca. She seems to have something to say. We are just as worried about Karenina and the lunar base as you are. That's why I've already sent the entire Mountain Vulture squad in the space fighter. Bianca and Chico have no words to say. They can only salute in silence. I have only one request. If there are any news about Karenina, please let me know immediately. You don't need to worry about that. Any news about her will be the biggest news. After the 2 purifying constructs left, Nicola once again picks up the mission request to investigate the traitors. They came from many departments, but the only change of location was provided by the Control Court. I know the Control Court manages a lot of things, but why would they pay particular attention to this one out of all missions? Despite suffering heavy damage, Grey Raven still applied to return to the battlefield multiple times. I had to stop them with the Star of Life, but maybe I can send them to the less dangerous City 15 for an investigation mission. His thoughts are interrupted by an incoming comms request. Speaking. It's from Captain of the Mountain Vulture, Commander Nicola. Have we found the engineering force? What are the coordinates? Silka sounds embarrassed as she hesitates a little. No, they seem to have encountered an enemy. Oh, did they encounter Roland? A transport shuttle is flying in space. The moon has become quite small behind it. That monster who merged with the zero-point engine, how did it get on the moon? I don't know, but it probably wasn't there in the beginning. Karenina takes out the cassette recorder she found in the zero-point reactor core. She has already learned about its content. This is quite an antique audio player. Never thought you could have this for taste. I guess listening to music can more or less help you change your barbarian way of thinking. Karenina replies with a tisk and ignored her. She stares at the starry universe outside. The root cause of the lunar base incident could be traced to the past. Consequence of the necessary sacrifice made back then is still posing a threat to all humans today, and it may well last into the future. Fortunately, humanity may have finally found the power to change that future. So, how did you find this spaceship? I don't recall seeing any record of spacecraft staying in the lunar base. No idea. This is quite an old ship, probably served in the post-pandemic age. It was made in Corona, but is currently registered under Babylonia. Could it be that the spaceship picking us up had departed earlier? We are pretty lucky. Excuse me, I hate to interrupt you, but Karenina, your hand is on my head. Oh, oops, sorry. If we are lucky, we wouldn't have to face this just hours before retreat. Sorry again, but are you stepping on my abdomen, Teddy? No wonder it feels soft. Yarha, do you think you need some exercise? Please, stop it. Why are we all crammed up in such a tiny pod? The engineering force Corona scientists, along with some painted soldiers, tons of people, and squeeze inside a little life pod like a sardine can. Well, we are lucky that we are still alive. We should think about how we restore that zero-point engine after we go back. Wouldn't that be an easy task with all the information you bring back? It better be. We almost died for it. The engineering force won't forgive you if you screw it up. Just wait and see. You can start thinking of a name for the new engine. Huh, how about DeLorean? It comes from an old classic movie. That's Roland. How about DeLorean? It comes from an old classic movie. He's probably the pilot. He saved everyone after all, so currently you can blame him for the awkward conversation. Besides, he must have also heard the complaints on the limited cabin's face. That's actually not bad. Excuse me. Just call me Rolmo. Captain Rolmo has a nice ring to it, doesn't it? Captain... Oh my god, I can't contain my laughter. Roland! God damn it. God damn it. Captain Rolmo, how long will it take for this ship to arrive at Babylonia? Well, I'm not so sure. Maybe it will take a day or 8 hours or 10 minutes. Oh my god, this is great. Oh my god. I just can't. I can't. Voice acting.exe stop working. His bizarre estimate makes Karina and Teddy even more confused. Hey Teddy, why do I find his voice a little familiar? A sudden turbulence interrupts Karina. Does not feel like the ship has hit a meteorite or space debris. Did something happen? Oops, haha. Don't worry, we are just under attack by Babylonia's space fighters. Huh? What? Why is Babylonia attacking us? Didn't take long for them to find out that I jacked the ship. What? Did you jack the ship? Shit, who the heck are you? Karina searches her memories and finally recalls this annoying voice she heard in the past. You invited yourselves to my ship and still dare to be picky? That's why I don't like humans. The pilot, who calls himself Romo, lets out a sigh, but soon changes into a cheerful tone. Alrighty, dear passengers, our trip is coming to an end. I wish you a pleasant and safe journey. Time to say goodbye. Ciao! After a slight shock, the safety lock of the life pod is disengaged. In Karina's high-pitched swearing, Captain Rolmo ejects the life pod into space and accelerates toward Earth. And that's it. 1922. Return to the farm moon. Sis, what happened to the rabbits in the end? They stayed on the moon. What were they going to do after they stayed on the moon? What did they do? Since they love carrots so much, I guess they must have planted a lot of carrots on the moon. Okay, what did they do after that? After that, they were digging the ground in order to plant carrots. They dug and dug until they found a carrot monster in the soil. It was formed by the spirits of all the carrots they ate. A big monster? Then what happened to the rabbits? Did the carrot monster eat them? Right. The rabbits came together and build a robot called Iron Bunny. They were about to attack the carrot monster. The rabbits were so good. What happened after? Do you still want more? Oh right, Luna. It's about time for you to sleep. Otherwise, I wouldn't tell you stories tomorrow. Are you going to tell me more stories tomorrow? Of course, but you need to sleep first. Sure, Luna. Sure. Luna will be a good girl. Good night, sis. Good night, Luna. Have a nice dream. Tomorrow will be a new day. Raging gravitational waves are tearing apart the tiny labyrinth relentlessly. The interval between waves is quickly decreasing, approaching the critical point. Decomposed buildings keep falling around. The giant Omega weapon has completed its mission and gets it buried under the debris. The imprisoned agent is no longer here. The wrecked zero-point engine emits a blazing blue light from the center of the gravity waves. Around them floats a white figure that seems completely unaffected by the gravitational waves. The pale flesh wiggles around the zero-point engine, trying to crawl onto the white figure's body. You are too pathetic a creation. Your fate was twisted from the very beginning. Luna allows it to wrap around her, but the moment it touches Luna, it turns into crimson ash and dissolves away. The blue glow of the zero-point engine is turning incandescent white, warning everyone that the gravitational waves will soon explode and destroy everything on the ground. Is this the pure destructive power brought by science? Let me harness this power. Luna raises her right hand and gathers all the punishing virus from the entire lunar base. The condensed punishing virus gradually forms a hardened spherical shell, encasing the wrecked zero-point engine and Luna herself. Meanwhile, chaotic and destructive gravitational waves also slowly gather around Luna. I'm going back to where Sis is. Luna gently holds the frog charm in her scarred right hand. She rested on the safest place near her chest. The concentrated gravitational waves send the punishing virus sphere afloat before it disappears in the blazing light. The white-haired girl is moving alone in the wilderness. She suddenly stops. As if she has heard something, she raises her head slightly to look at the night sky. It's almost dawn. A meteor suddenly bursts into the sky and slowly descends. Luna. The ascendant named Alpha takes a few baffled steps, then she quickly sprints toward the sunrise. And that's that. A new divide is over. What a good story chapter. Such a banger. And there's more to come in the future. Boy, I can't wait. So I said I was gonna kinda do this now, but I think I'm bored and I'm hungry and I wanna go eat. So I am going to end the stream there. So thanks for everyone that came along. Thanks again, Orochi, for the raid and follow. I appreciate everyone who joined in. So y'all have a good one. See you around tomorrow, probably. Okay, bye bye.